International CME notes. No, just ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಚಾನಲ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಾ
I'm showing you this.
Yeah,
Very nice.
yeah, we are handling everywhere.
Yesterday ಆಗಿದ್ದು ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ Hello.
ಇದು ಲಿಂಕ್ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು?
ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ.
ಬಂದೈತಿ ಈಗ.
ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ
ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಚಾನಲ್ ಗೆ ಆಟೋಮೆಟಿಕ್ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಇದು ನೋಟಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ.
ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ವಾಯ್ಸ್
But now you're being called to task to prove that you're doing it, to document that you're doing it, and having mechanisms in place for improving it. So this is a screen capture from our medical education webpage. And for each of the competency domains, and this is ethics and medical professionalism, we're going to have 6 individual competencies tied to that. So the task that you're faced with in adopting this new curriculum is to say, what are the competencies that we want to have for our graduates? In the US, each school develops their own competencies. They don't have to use the CME framework, but most of us do. It's just a nice, concise framework, and it feeds directly into the next stage in their training. Our school, the focus is on rural primary care. Because of that, a lot of our competencies reflect that school's interest in rural primary care. If you have a school that is a research-focused school like Duke University, they are not going to have the same competencies that we have. So one of your tasks is going to be to figure out what is unique about your institution. What do you expect of your students? You can look and see what others do, but keep in mind what the mission of your school is as you're trying to put this together. So when we look at some of these, number 4, demonstrate the ability to adhere to established principles pertaining to fiduciary duties to patients, conflicts of interest, and ethical research practices. Because this is one of our institutional learning objectives, I have to prove that every one of our graduates has attained this competency. Completely separate from that, I have to show how we are tracking the performance in that competency in order to say whether our curriculum is doing its job. So there's a difference between saying every student does the competency and saying how well is our university doing it. So this would be something that could be measured by a multiple choice test, and 50% is passing, 65% is honors. If every student in our class got a 51, every student has demonstrated the competency. When we look at it programmatically, we're doing very poorly because everyone is just barely getting by in that competency. You should have a spread of grades, and you're looking for ways to improve the whole class. So, yesterday when you were talking about this, you said that your course syllabi haven't changed. They're going to, because you've changed what the objectives are. So you're going to have to expand some of your activities to capture these other competencies. So every course learning objective is supported by multiple sessions. So I'm teaching physiology, I'm teaching renal physiology. If I'm giving a lecture, I've had 4 or 5 objectives that I expect of the students. Each of those 4 or 5 objectives is tied back to the course learning objective. So session 3, 1 lecture may feed into a course objective. A lecture in GI may feed into the same course objective. A lecture in the reproductive system may also feed into the same objective. Each competency, and in our program they're called institutional learning objectives, is going to be supported by multiple course objectives. So when I look for the institutional learning objective focusing on knowledge, biochemistry course objective 3 may contribute to meeting knowledge. Physiology objective 1 may contribute to the students meeting a knowledge competency. And clinical skills objective 4. So you have to track all of these in a mapping process in order to be able to prove that you are indeed covering all of these objectives. This is a complex process. So I want to try and walk you through how we do this. I've brought the objectives for our biochemistry course, and I have them in a PDF. So I want to show you what this looks like. Okay, it's every bit as bad as it looks. So the only reason I have this image up here is to say that each session, each activity has a session title, a format, the institutional learning objectives tied to it, the link from the institutional learning objective to the course objective, the course objectives, link from the session objective to the course objective, session objective, and keywords and how they're going to be measured. So going back to that triangle, I've got my objectives, I've got the activity, and I've got a form of assessment all within the same spreadsheet. Now I can document that the students have, by looking at the assessment, I can document that the students have achieved these objectives. So as I go to page 5, and load it up to 200%. So now we'll try and get this big enough so you can actually read it. The activity that I'm going to talk about is a flipped classroom activity on something that I don't remember because I had biochemistry in 1976.
Medium chain.
Adbasal deficiency, I think is the. So, what type of activity? This is being done by flipped classroom. If we would look at some of the ones higher, they were lectures. They only link to the knowledge component. Because this one is a flipped classroom, you do have the knowledge for practice components, but you also have the practice-based learning and improvement, interpersonal communication skills, and the ethics and medical professionalism. That means that if you're going to have a flipped classroom, you need to find some way to assess those components within that activity. So some way to evaluate the students on each of those activities. Scrolling over. The ones linked to the softer skills that we talked about yesterday is the objective of the session is to communicate with the colleagues on topics related to biochemistry in a coherent manner. That is what the students are being graded on. You already have your students doing this. This is not a new task for your students. What's happening now is you're required to document that this has indeed occurred. If you're going to have that as the as a session objective, then you must find some way to assess it. The assessments for this activity have to include some form of feedback, either that summative or informative or summative to the students in order to see that they have attained that, met that course or met that session objective. Does that make sense? Do you see how this all comes together? Yes?
You show me the headers because we are.
Yeah, unfortunately, the headers did not translate over to this, so.
Go to the first one.
Yes. And keep it big enough so you can actually see it. So the first thing for each of these, every time we have an activity with the students, there's going to be the session title. So this is one event, it is a lecture. The institutional learning objectives that are tied to that specific lecture are ones related to knowledge for practice, which is our knowledge competency domain. utilize the knowledge and structure of the helping unit to understand molecular and cellular mechanisms important to homeostasis, and then apply the knowledge of epidemiology, pathogenesis of disease states in a way that they affect the body's function. So for biochemistry, it is really a knowledge-heavy discipline. So almost all of their activities will be tied to knowledge 1 or knowledge 2 in terms of the objectives. Then each of those institutional learning objectives are supported by a course objective. So if I scroll over a little further, my course says that at the end of the course, the students will contrast the structure of classes of macromolecules, the relationship between normal metabolism and metabolism in disease, basic concepts of biochemistry and clinical scenarios. So somewhere in this lecture, there's going to be disease that's being talked about, and then demonstrate the ability to analyze medical biochemical laboratory data. So somewhere in this lecture, there's going to be a breakout activity where the students actually have to work with data in order to draw a conclusion. All of those support the knowledge component. Each of those course objectives are being supported by a session objective. So for our session objectives, we've got these 5 session objectives. When we tell the students what are they going to be tested on, this is what they're going to be tested on. Our examination questions are linked to the session objective. That way the students know exactly what is expected of them. And I make a very clear point for our students: if I don't cover it in class, are you still responsible for it? They say no, I say yes. I told you where the exam questions are coming from. I don't have to cover it in class for it to be fair game. I also tell them when I'm writing exam questions, the only thing I have in front of me are these session objectives. I don't have my notes, I don't have a book, I don't have anything else in front of me except these session objectives. So that way I'm sure that every question that makes it in front of the students is indeed tied to one of the session objectives. This part now is meant to be a conversation. This is yes, no, maybe. Is this working for you? What other questions? So the task in front of you is to actually do these maps. We got a map for every course. It's a paper chase. It's a lot of documentation. The good news is I really don't change my lecture much from year to year. So once you do this once, it doesn't change that much. The first time you do it, it's exceptionally labor intensive. So now I know that for each of my students, I can document that they have attained the course objectives because I've got their performance on examinations. From the multiple courses, I can document that they've met the competencies or our institutional learning objectives. Before I leave this, last chance, any questions related to this particular concept? Yes?
When we have so many objectives, each student has to pass through all the objectives, then only the student will be allowed for the next, only some say 50% or 50% before the student passes through, then he'll be allowed for the next.
Right. So the assessment of the objectives, we have a limited number of examination questions on an exam. So we do not have a question tied to every objective. But that means when I write my questions, I write one for every objective and I can rotate my questions through so the students, the upperclassmen can't tell the lowerclassmen what the question was. Whether a student misses every one of the questions tied to these session objectives, but still passes the course. That's a very real possibility. But that's the world in which you are currently living in, so it's no different than how we're doing it now.
Are there any key objectives which are very particular so that they cannot go ahead without those specific major, minor, like something?
Yes, so the question is, are there any absolute, you must have to do this kind of objectives?
Core kind of competency.
Yes, and yes, in our program, those are related to clinical skills and to the PBL sessions, the ethics and medical professionalism component. So if you don't know how to take a blood pressure, you don't advance. If you don't know which end of the stethoscope goes on the patient, you don't advance. So there are hard stops in place for some of these objectives that you must make them. And that goes back to, and our courses like that are graded pass fail, because you either know it or can do it, or you can't. The description I've seen for this is, how do you make coffee? And there's like, fill the boiler full of water, plug in the boiler, and then like 10 steps. If you miss one of those 10 steps, your grade is a 90. You got 9 out of 10. You failed. You don't have coffee. So some of these things are absolutely required.
I have one more.
Yes.
Like since you teach physiology, can you tell us like how many course objectives are there in physiology and how many program objectives are there for your course? Because what we are struggling with the new MCI curriculum is they have made phenomenally large number of so-called competencies which actually are nothing but objectives. So it makes like if I have to do this, like for say for anatomy, where we have 430 so-called competencies, I don't know how many pages I will have to make such kind of documentation. So that's the most major issue we are facing here.
Okay, we'll go back to these. So for the course objectives are actually fairly general. When you look at the course objectives, I think biochemistry has 9 of them. And get this even a little bigger. So you can look at the examples of these course objectives. They're not tied to proteins. They're not tied to lipids. It's great big buckets. So your course objectives should not be that specific. They need to be general enough that you cover any of the, or a lot of the topics can converge into the same course objective. So if you've got 400 course or 400 objectives, your bucket's too small. You need to rework that into much bigger buckets. The same thing with the competencies, the competency domains. There are the 6 of them. Our school has a total of about 30 competencies. And so we'll go through some of those on the next activity. So that's how we relate what happens at one day in one lecture. It has to be linked all the way back up to the course competencies, to the institutional learning objectives. Make sense?
So the institutional learning objectives
Yes.
relate to the ACGME competencies. Do you have a mapping of institutional objectives to the ACGME objectives?
Every one of them, yes. And we'll do that or get to that next. So, back to the topic. Accreditation sucks. It's no fun. It has occupied my life for most of the last year. I've done little else other than prepare our institution for accreditation. We're coming up in March 2020. So for us, it should happen every 7 years if you get a clean accreditation visit. So that's a hopefully. If not, it happens every year every 2 years. They give you an opportunity to show that you've taken their suggestions seriously. The accreditation looks at everything. So go from the administration down to the academic environment. It will look at the educational program and look at how you're evaluating the educational program. It looks at the student affairs and admission processes, and you have to document all of that. You may have seen me walking around with this folder. This is 4 of the 12 objectives, or of the 12 accreditation standards. And in my free time around here, I'm editing the responses that we have to those. The instructions for the LCME, which is our accrediting agency, are 120 pages. They're very precise. This includes tables. You need to fill out this table with this data so that the reviewers read all of this before they walk in. And when they come in, they've already established most of what they expect to see. And at that point, it's if you have a bruise, if you have an area, they're going to put their thumb right on it and press it and see if it's really a bruise or not. If it's a bruise, then they write it up. If not, then so. So the accreditation process is no fun at all, but it's an incredibly powerful tool to enhance the learning environment. Our school is much, much stronger for having taken the time and gone through all of these standards and making sure that we are doing things well as we go through this. So it's good for the students. Now, you need to document each of those competencies. You need to find a way to measure them. And then when the accrediting team shows up, they're going to walk in and say, how can you prove that John has indeed met all 30 of your institutional learning objectives? And they're going to want to see your process for making sure that John has indeed done this. The other component to that is the competencies drive the curriculum. The analogy to this is a waterfall. The competencies are at the top of the curriculum, top of the waterfall. They flow down into the course and session objectives. The waterfall does not work backwards. The session objectives don't drive the course objectives don't drive the competencies. And yes, I know you are retrofitting your current course objectives into these new competencies. We did that too. The theory is the competencies drive the curriculum. So after you get this stabilized the first time, you're going to review what's going on and say, no, we really aren't documenting how the students do this particular competency. We really should try and add a new component to our curriculum to make sure that we're meeting it. Now, how do you evaluate whether or not you're achieving the competencies? And there's an individual, Kirkpatrick. He was in Wisconsin in the United States. He worked for General Electric. His job was training employees to make televisions better. So it was all about manufacturing. He set up different levels of assessing whether or not things work. The first level is reaction. Did the learners like the event? Our student surveys are measures of satisfaction. That's the very bottom level of what's going on. Did they actually learn something? Is the second level of evaluation. So now you have to have some external measure to document that your students have learned what it was you presented them in the training sessions or in the classroom sessions. The one gap that I see now for India is you don't have any external standard examinations. Because of that, you can't measure how your students are doing against the students at another institution.
Likely to come up.
It's very likely to come up.
Pipeline, the
Yes.
exam.
Because you need that to prove whether or not your students are meeting the competencies. So that's something that is going to come down the road shortly, being driven by this shift to a competency-driven framework. The third level is, do the students actually do that? We run a survey on our graduates. They tell us, we know where they go for their residency. We send out a survey to their program directors. It's about 30 questions. And we say, how do the students do in each of our competencies? That then provides feedback for once they get away from us and into a clinical setting, whether or not they are indeed showing that they've mastered these competencies. And then the fourth is our school's overall mission is to produce rural primary care physicians. So we track both the healthcare status of our counties that we're serving, as well as the number of our graduates that end up working with underserved populations or work in rural populations. We use that as one of our outcome metrics because ultimately that is the result that we're trying to do. We are not only trying to train physicians, we are trying to improve the healthcare of the eastern part of our state. So now I want to go to the Word document. It's bigger. So now I want to show how we in the Office of Medical Education are tasked with proving that our program is meeting the competencies. So when we talk about the competency for ethics and medical professionalism, full screen. Good. Yeah. Excellent. So when we look at ethics and medical professionalism, the first thing that we need to do is our competency is to apply ethical decision-making in interactions. How do we prove that institutionally? What are our programmatic outcomes that let us say we are doing this well? We already can document that every student does it because we've linked to the training activities. But we look at the course grades in doctoring, ethics, and then our society, culture, and health systems course. Not the individual student grades, but the spread of grades. That way we could say if we get mostly C's, then we got a problem here, a programmatic problem. All the students are passing, but they're just skating by. They're just barely getting by. So my job in the Office of Medical Education is to collect this type of data and say whether or not the school in the program is meeting this particular competency. We also look at the pre-clerkship. They use OSCEs, objective structured clinical exams, in doctoring 1 and 2. The clerkships, we look at their final course assessments in order to figure out whether or not there's the questions related to ethics and medical professionalism show any variance. So for each of the competencies related to the ethics and medical professionalism, we've got a programmatic outcome that lets us measure whether or not the school is doing its job. This is what the external assessors are going to want to see. They're going to want to see that both every student has met the competency, but how are you as a program evaluating the competency? And this is the type of information that is in that book that I'm carrying around. So that's going to be the other challenge that you're facing. Once you start doing this, once you start collecting data on it, the accrediting groups are going to want to see how well are you doing it. So you need to think not only in terms of each individual student has mastered it, but you also have to think in terms of the overall program is achieving this end. This should create questions.
These are all part of some course evaluation.
Yes. So in our doctorate course, which is our clinical skills course, they have OSCE exams. So we need to collect the overall student performance on the OSCE exams as a measure of whether or not the class is doing well on this particular topic. Okay, the Brody required clinical experiences, we have 78. Absolutely, you gotta do this while you're in your clerkship activities. They gotta deal with a pediatric patient with a cough. They've got to do something in surgery. So, and then some of these are see a patient with this particular disease. Some of these are skills, so they have to intubate someone successfully, intubate someone. And they have to document when they did it, where they did it, how involved were they with it, and then that has to be signed off by their clerkship preceptor. So that way we can prove that every one of the students graduating from our school has done these things. That's the hard stop that we talked about. If you don't do it, you don't graduate. And we have some students who only get around to documenting this the week before they graduate. So to try and stop that from happening, we've assigned each of these to a clerkship, and the students don't get their grade in that clerkship until they have documented that they have completed the activities tied to that clerkship. We found that out the first year, that waiting till the end did not produce a good result. So we assigned them to an individual clerkship to make sure they did.
This is like the logbook they carry.
Hmm?
They carry this like a hard copy, a logbook in which they keep entering.
It would be the equivalent of a logbook, it's digital, but yes.
Like, we can understand skis are taking place in your own institute, so you have all the kind of data spread you want.
Mhm.
But if we saw in the previous slide in the Kirkpatrick's, you talked about physiology exams, which is recent.
Yes, which is,
So do you get such kind of breakup, like how do the students do well in cardiology course or in renal physiology course and all that?
yes, we do.
Or they give you the data?
Do we do the day? Do you want to see
No,
it?
it is a national level exam.
Yes,
It's conducted by some other agency.
exactly.
And will they be sharing that kind of spread, that how much they scored in each of those courses with the school?
Yes. And I'll talk about one of the bad things. For us, the student performance on biostatistics and epidemiology has been a constant low performing area on the national examinations that we have, both the USMLE Step 1 examination, as well as the other examinations from the national board, which is the same group related to that. So our curriculum committee has targeted that as an area, we've got to fix this. We have a persistent problem in that level of student performance. In contrast, a subject like pharmacology does particularly well on the Step 1 exam, USMLE Step 1. We can look at it by organ system. So how well do they do on kidney things as opposed to cardiovascular, as opposed to reproduction? And the Office of Medical Education's job is to look at that data, present it to the curriculum committees and say, here's the data. What do you think? What do you want to do about it? So we are not the ones who do things. We are not the ones who recommend what things get done. We are the data stewards. We collect the data, we then present it to the curriculum committees for them to make the decisions about how they're going to fix a problem that's documented. Yeah, that was the last thing that I wanted to talk about. At this point, let's turn this into a conversation.
How many clerkships are there? Student.
Right, we've got 9 required clerkships. Radiology is unique in that it's a longitudinal clerkship that's embedded into each of the others, but it's family medicine, peds, psychiatry, surgery, one other.
How long are they?
They're, OB-GYN is the other. The OB-GYN and the psychiatry are 6 weeks long, all the others are 8 weeks long. In the 4th year, they have the advanced core clerkships, which is emergency medicine, neurology, PM&R. Those are only 1 month long.
The total course finishes like 5 years.
4 years,
4 years.
yes.
2 years of basics and 2 years of clerkships.
Even less than, our basic science is finished in 17 months. And that was part of the curriculum change that we implemented. I kept calling it condensed and I kept getting beaten up for it. We accelerated our foundational phase of the curriculum. And the students didn't come to spend time sitting to lectures. They came to be physicians, so getting them into the clerkship sooner counts as a victory. It also gives them more opportunities for electives in the M4 year, so they can do a better job of researching which specialties they want to apply for the residency match. So there was a very well-received overall theme. The course or the group of students that went through the transition were not a happy group of students because the faculty had not completely bought into the new curriculum and they communicated that to the students. So that was not pretty. Yes?
Can we talk a little bit about the new curriculum? Have you gone through or have you at least seen what this new CBME curriculum has come up with?
Yeah, we shifted to these competencies in 2013. So this has been in place for a long time. The only change we made with the curriculum we launched in 2016 was the acceleration of the foundational phase and getting them into the clerkship sooner. But in 2011, we had our LCME site visit. We got cited for not having this type of a framework. So rather than getting the full accreditation, we had the opportunity to show that we listened to their suggestions in 2013 when they returned for another site visit.
Because if we understand the way in which the new CBME curriculum has been framed, like the 6 ACGME competencies are translated into 5 roles of the Indian medical graduates, the clinician, the
Yes.
communicator, etc. And there are this 36 global competencies which they have given under these 5 roles. And I do not know, I would take that as the program outcomes which we need to establish.
How many of those, the supporting things, how many of them are there?
I think around 36 to 38.
Okay, good. So that lines up with what our
The
institutional
program,
learning objectives are.
yeah,
Yes.
program outcomes.
Yes.
And then what they have given for each of the subjects could be taken as core objectives. Like 430 for anatomy, 1 for ulna, 1 for
Right.
femur, 1 for radius, 1 for
Yes.
humerus. They're same thing. Normal and structure and radiological anatomy of humerus. Something like that they have given. So that is the core objectives.
And have they already done this mapping for you?
No, that is the major problem which
Okay.
we find in the entire curriculum. what is written as course objectives. If I take the 430, I did analysis for few subjects. So what we did was we took those objectives, what they have given. Physiology was relatively easier because it had only 110 and all. And when we mapped it to those 36, we found that many of the items in the 36 are not at all represented in the course outcome. For example, in one of the competencies, global competencies required for a primary care physician is awareness about the national health policies. That's a major competency, global competency, which is required for the primary care physician. But when I look into the physiology curriculum and say what all competencies, 110 they have listed out, not even a single one is talking.
Half of them have been shifted to community medicine. I went through.
No,
Both some of them are there in the other subjects, not necessarily.
No, that is true. But the thing is, when you actually have this course objectives, they have to map to some part of the program objective or to a major part of the program objective. You need to have that kind of alignment.
Yes.
And you can't be saying, I will only look at 1.1.1 of program objective, which is only normal structure and function of the human body. Or that cannot be the only course objective of physiology course. It has
So,
to cater to other.
The whole point of doing this link
It's necessary that every discipline, what the subject we call, has to comply with all the 36 at all the time. Or is
Oh,
it?
no.
That's what my question is.
Okay.
It need not
We
be
can
all.
divide
It's
ourselves.
the overall educational program has to make sure that all 36 are a component of the program. The things related to patient care are not going to be in physiology. Physiology does not contribute to those institutional learning objectives.
That I think we are able to do it, sir. If not 100%, I have not done an expert analysis like her. But the other subjects and other things, majority we are able to comply. Maybe we need some more time to spend and cross-verify.
I'm not
and
saying
understand.
that.
But what will happen when you do your analysis, you will find that some of those are not well supported by your school, or some of them are not well supported by the activities. So if I would put practice-based learning and improvement up there in my spreadsheet, we've got only one programmatic outcome that we're using to track that. That's a vulnerability. You should never have only one measure to try and prove that you're doing something. So once you make those linkages and run your map, you see whether or not your program is including everything. So it's back to the change objectives. If you find one of the objectives, one of the competencies that you don't have adequately addressed, you then have to incorporate an activity that is going to allow you to address that, and some form to document that the students have attained that. So that's why I initially you said we just took our syllabi and plugged them back in. And for the first iteration, yes. As soon as you run the frequency with which each of the objectives is met, you'll run into a problem. You'll notice that some of them are not adequately addressing your program.
Actually, like normally when we do this process, what you were saying, the waterfall, it starts with the program objectives and you work backwards. And then you make the course objectives, then the lesson sessions and the session objectives. See, the main problem what we are facing actually from a process point of view is, we are starting somewhere in the process. We are being given the course objectives and then we are trying to develop the learning objectives for each of the sessions based on the course objectives. And this process of mapping the course objectives to program objectives has not been done, neither by the MCI, and many of the colleges are also not doing that. Like how this physiology 110 things are relating to the 36 global competencies.
And I'm a little surprised that they did not do that centrally, since they developed both sets of data. They're the ones that would understand the linkages. So they didn't develop them in a vacuum. I would actually push back on this and say, no, if you expect us to do that, you need to show us this linkage.
So that is the major problem what we are having. Like, and earlier we are used to developing session objectives when we don't have this framework or when we did not think about objectives. To each teacher, that what mattered was from the syllabus, what is the class allotted to me, and from there I was writing the learning objectives for the course. So trying to work backwards is slightly challenging for people because we are not used to that process. We are used to forward moving rather
Right.
than that.
But if you're trying to train physicians and renal physiologists here, I think there should be 400 lectures on renal physiology. The curriculum committees are not going to let me do that. I don't determine how much time I get. I am allocated time, and I'm expected to fit my teaching within whatever box I'm allocated. I may also be allocated session types. So, okay, biochemistry may have more than 30% lecture. Gross anatomy may have 2% lecture. Overall, the program has the 1/3. So the jobs that you're facing is how are you going to partition all of these out based on what the course content is and what the needs are for the course.
Depending on the subjects, there is variability, sir. Probably they have kept the complete goal in the mind, and some subjects are getting a little more no components and other things, and some are definitely getting more of the shows how components, and that's by virtue of the type of work what we are supposed to deliver to the children.
Okay. Well, this conversation could go on for a long time, so we're going to call it quits here and move on to the next presenter.
Thank you, sir. In the Indian scenario, we are practicing the documentation of the knowledge, of course, by summative or as well as formative assessment. Practical also we do that, but not that strictly, I think. And these practical record books that we have and the log books that we have to carry more weightage so that they will give you much information and they are rightly evaluated or assessed. That's again a documentation. Of course, we do not have any documentation for your attitudes as well as behavior in our present setup, and that's what has come up in CME. And of course, more of practical records. We have now certifications that has become as a core competency of should be done, like, especially the practical ones, the skills that we practice, which has come up in CBM. So we have a better future for that. And I can say that, can we, sir, say that we can make assessment more scholarly than we take into consideration educational scholarship. We can make assessment more scholarly by introducing this documentation. I feel so. Yeah. So thank you, sir, for the wonderful session.
We'll continue with the next session by Dr. Mahalakshmi ma'am. Skills training and competency efficiency. Over to you, ma'am.
And worksheets also. Good morning. Hi, friends. Good morning, madam.
Yeah, skills are most important. In the healthcare system, it is the patients who look for a skillful doctor or a competent doctor, or we always, as such, look for a healing touch or competency in a doctor. So that's the stress that even the patients or general public look for in a healthcare provider or a doctor. Who else can better tell us than a pediatric surgeon about the skills? So we are looking forward for a very interesting session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. For this session, we will be having some hands-on activities. So I would request the groups which are having fewer members, these two tables can join together as one group, and that would be better. And we are shifting the mannequins for some activity. We will proceed. Whatever we do, we must learn by doing things rather than by just hearing about it or only seeing it being done. Okay. So today I'm going to talk to you about a little bit about skills training and competency acquisition. And mainly I'll be focusing on why we need to focus on this. What should we do for skills training and competency acquisition, and how are we going to do this? So that's going to be this. And I think, as Madam was saying, they marked me for something called skills, I think. So yesterday also I talked about critical thinking skills, and today also I'm going to talk about skills training. So that's what it is. And I have some confession to make. I'm going to use some of the data from my exit OSCE exams in the previous institution, which I had collected from students. When actually what we did was, when they were finishing the internship, just 1 week before they finished, we had the exit week activities. And we identified 25 core skills: clinical skills, procedural skills, communication skills, system-based practice skills, and we made sure that interns went through these stations and then they had to do this, demonstrate the skills. If only when we initially started this exercise, there was a lot of resistance from the people. Suppose you found that students were not up to the mark, what are you going to do? That was one question which came. But what we thought was, we are all along trying to convince people that we need to focus more on this area. And it is only our gut feeling or only our preconceived notions and observations. We did not have any hard data to show them, to convince where do we stand with regard to skills training of these people. So we wanted to collect some data at least to show in black and white, yes, this is what it is and this is what it is happening. If not as for assessing and then certifying, yes, this fellow he can go and practice outside. It was more to document how well we have done and to convince, yes, we need to focus on and then do. So I'll tell you what happened at the end of the exercise by the end of this talk. So that's my conflict of interest. So what are my session objectives? I hope by the end of this workshop, you'll be able to distinguish between what is basically competence and what is performance. You will be able to correlate the pedagogic principles to skills training and competency assessment, and justify why there is a focus on skills training in the new MCI curriculum. And how are we going to go about this? I'm going to talk about what is skills training, what is knowledge versus skill education, and why is there an emphasis on skills education now? Basically, we are going to ask this question: does emphasis on skills training in the curriculum make a difference at all? And what are the new MCI regulations regarding this? And how are we going to develop a lesson plan for skills training? And how do we close? Give some tips on skills training and certification. So this is how this session is going to be structured. So I want some reflection. Please take some time. Think about one skill you're good at. Might be anything. It may not have anything to do with medicine at all. And then tell us what is that skill which you're good at. How did you learn that skill, right? And who was helpful in acquiring that skill, and how did it help? How did this person help you to learn that particular skill? Take 2 minutes of your time and then do. I need somebody to write on the board, please. And I need a mic. And your assignment. Okay, we can start with you, madam.
I think I'm good at driving my car.
You're good at driving your car, fantastic. Yeah.
That's what I think.
Okay, nice. Yeah. Who helped you to learn that skill and how did it happen?
The person who taught me from driving school.
Okay. And how did you acquire that skillful driving?
The school went on, and the teaching in school went on for quite some time. Later on, I learned it on a whole car of mine.
Basically, should I say you practiced for a long time?
Yeah, maybe around
Okay.
before getting mine.
Okay. So you learn by practice. Okay. Can we have you, sir?
I think that I'm able to write mainly the critical writings.
Okay, critical writing skills. Okay.
Because this is the things that I whatever I understand of any subject or the topics or the specialized field, I just think of my own way. I don't bother about what I've done. I think my own, and then I think that how best that can be modified. If I would have been the author of that. This critical learning I have done from CME Morris, one of my mentor of Edinburgh University.
Okay, his mentor, he learned.
His mentor.
How did you learn this skill?
Because I have seen that when I used to report to him for any of the investigation findings and all produced to him, he immediately took in a different way which I thought of. My observations, findings, it changed into his other way which I never thought. So I understand that any observations can be differentially or laterally it can be explained. So this is a very critical I learned from this.
He learned from his mentor, maybe a different perspective, and he gave you some feedback.
Yes.
He gave you some feedback on your writing,
No, I have
reporting.
I have learned from him, but actually I learned from by seeing how he changed my whole works into a different way he explained, which I never thought of it. And then I adopted that technique. And I do it to my students, those who work with me, they know that how I change the whole thing in this way. This is I take my like it and my passion to do it, to change the thing. Even it has helped me in my editing of my books or even the journal editing. I change the author's own and ask him whether they agree with that or not. These things actually help me. I think it's a skill.
Okay. So he has learned from his mentor. His mentor was predominantly a role model for him. Okay, I would say that. Can we have some other interesting skills, please? Becca, madam. No, you don't want to speak? Fine. Oh, wow, cooking. Good. I was waiting for somebody to say that. Okay. Okay. Tell us how you learned cooking.
I learned by this observation.
And there's one small hint in using that mic. It needs to be held like a rock star.
Just observing how they do from my mother and mother-in-law.
Okay, by observing mother and mother-in-law.
But
Okay, trial and error. Okay. Any other things? Did your family help you in make it? Okay, the family appreciated. Did they comment also?
yeah,
Things went wrong both ways. Both ways. Okay. Feedback from the family was also very important in learning this particular skill. Good. Okay. From this table, can we have somebody talking about some skill?
Ma'am, I'm good in communication with the patients.
Okay. Communication
What
skills.
patient says.
Yes. And how did you learn this particular skill?
By seeing our teachers,
Okay,
following
you
their
saw.
role model to us.
Okay, she saw the teachers and they were role models. Any other particular effort you put in learning the skill, or any of your teachers help you in sharpening the skill in any way?
Just following them, how they come to conclusion, how they talk with the patient.
Fine. We're following the teachers. Thank you. Yeah. I am good in computer skills. Computer skills, yeah, fine. Very nice. 21st century, yes.
First, when I saw that in shops they are doing barcoding for listing prices. So whenever I see something new, very curious. So I wanted to learn something new. So that was, and I
Curiosity.
Yes.
Right.
So that made me to learn all the computer skills, like Photoshop, Word format, barcoding, whatever I have done for today's session. So I'm interested, because I'm interested, I'm taking now.
Okay. Because she was interested and curiosity helped her to learn. Do we have any other fine art skills? Any other things? Sir wants to say something? Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Not fine art, but soft embalming skills as anatomists. We've already had a hand on that. We experimented ourselves to come out with a fluid which can preserve the body nicely. But it was trial and error method with some references on that. So we could able to do that. It was the necessity which made me to go into all the skills.
Necessity was the one which forced him to learn the skill, and they learned by trial and error. Right? Okay. Anyone else wants to speak? Dr. Rao, you wants to say something?
I think I go along with necessity. The skill I work for refurbishing furniture, doing woodwork. It's something that I do because I need to slow down. And if you make a mistake, if you carve the wood too bad, you can't recover from it. So it's a way for me to work against my natural tendency to rush through things.
Okay. So self-learning skills, basically, and necessity forced you to learn. Right? Okay. Thank you. So, I think we got the gist of it. Could we have this thing, please? So we learned because there was a necessity for us to learn. We learned because there was curiosity element, the newness of something which prompts us to learn. We learned because we saw some role models and mentors who told us or who showed us how it needs to be done. We learned by feedback. We learned by trial and error. We learned mainly by training or repeated practice. So that's essentially sums up how skills are learned and why it needs to be learned. Thank you. You made my job very easy. So this is a very famous quote made famous by Bruce Lee, but not attributed to him. It is attributed to a German philosopher. Right? We should do things. Knowing is not enough. So that's the most important aspect of why we need to learn skills education. When we talk about skills, right, we are all the time thinking about head, heart, and hands. And so we normally attribute all skills only to psychomotor skills, something which we are going to do with our hand. But skills can be, as we saw yesterday, cognitive skills like critical thinking, problem solving. Cooking is a highly evolved cognitive skill. It is more of a cognitive skill than a psychomotor skill. Like playing music or writing music, it's a cognitive skill, more of a cognitive skill rather than a psychomotor skill, you could say. We have psychomotor skills as well as perceptual skills, right? Like how the liver feels like, the hopstone liver, how does it feel like? What is a firm swelling? What is hard consistency?
these are perception related skills. So even though they be clubbed in technically with psychomotor, but it has got a very strong cognitive element also. Physical examination, procedural skills, etc. And then we have skills of the affective domain, communication skills, and other soft skills like teamwork, cooperation, etc. So these are the domains where the skills fall in, right? So what are the general principles of skills training and teaching? I'm only going to summarize what we said. It has a very clear and specific purpose. I need to drop my children in school, so I need to learn driving, right? I need to slow down to take care of my own self, so I have a clear purpose in mind. It reinforces knowledge and understanding. I had an idea about what these things can do to us, so I need to put that into practice by learning that. Unless it is very well demonstrated, the instructor taught her how to drive the car very well, or the role model teacher taught how to communicate very well. It does not go very well, like you don't learn skills. It needs to be of an exceptional demonstration. And you won't learn unless you have an opportunity to try out. Unless the kitchen was given to you and mother-in-law gave you permission, yes, go ahead and cook whatever you want. We are there to try it out. You won't really learn the skills. And an opportunity to practice, right? You need some guinea pigs to feed. So that's how you do. And you need to have a coach and a mentor, role model, rather than anything. You need to have purposeful evaluation and feedback. You don't learn much or you don't progress much in your piano classes or violin classes unless the teacher gives you very rigorous feedback and tells you what exactly you did. There has to be an emphasis on self-directed initiatives because it's an adult learning process and you need to have a motivation to learn. It should be guided by an explicit performance standard, right? Unless you know that you have to meet those requirements, you need to have that skill certified. You need to pass that exam to get your advanced diploma in music. That is the level you want. You are not going to gain much in the way of skills performance. And most important, in patient care activities, we need to have direct interactions. How much ever you do it with standardized patients or with the subjects in a protected environment. Unless you have an opportunity to try it out, as he said, trial and error which was needed, we are not going to learn much in the way of skills. So you need to have an opportunity to practice in clinical environment or in direct patient care. There is a slight difference between how we acquire knowledge and how we acquire skills, right? So if you are taking the teacher's role, in knowledge, the teacher is mainly giving lecture. He is the person who is dishing out knowledge, or he is the person who is the source of knowledge and he is sharing it with you. Whereas in skills acquisition, you need more of a mentor and a coach, right? Somebody who will stand by you and say that this is how you need to do, and this is specifically what you need to work on, right? You're okay, but your rapport building with the patient is not alright. You need to greet the patient, make sure the patient is being seated. So that's the kind of work the coach does. He makes sure that he points out the exact area where you need to improve upon. And in knowledge acquisition, predominantly so far what we are doing, it is mainly teacher-centered activity. Whereas skill learning is predominantly a student-centered activity. I can't have 30 fellows in my group and then say learn to catheterize. And I can't just show and then share my knowledge about how to catheterize the urethra and then say the skills training is over, which is not going to happen. Knowledge sharing can happen anytime, right? Even in the cafeteria, even in the mess, you can sit and talk to them and then share what it is. Whereas skills training, the opportunities are limited. You need to have the context for skills training. You need to have a mannequin. You need to have a patient to demonstrate. You can't just like that do it anywhere, anytime you want. And the learning increments can be variable in size, right? If I have to, my class got cancelled last week. 2 of my sessions went off because there was this Spandan or the cultural fest which was going on. I need to catch up with my portions. I can increase the amount of knowledge I'm going to push in a particular lecture, right? I can condense it and then say, okay, these are the things I'm going to cover in one lecture. But that you can't rush through things in skills training. You have to give them time for them to learn that skill, internalize that skill, and to perform, get a feedback on that skill, and re-perform. So you need to give them time. It has to be a very discrete and well-defined learning objectives to be there for each of the sessions. Then only it is going to be effective. The assessment and feedback, because you can teach anytime, you can give assessment feedback anytime over a cup of coffee also you can do. But here, if you get it right now and I say, okay, come and meet me 1 week later so that I'll give you feedback on how well you get it right, this particular patient, it's not going to work. It has to be a real-time feedback which has to be there for skills. And setting can occur almost anywhere. You need to have a clinical setting or a standard setting like a skills lab or any other place for skills training too. So these are the essential differences between how we approach skills training versus. Does it make sense? The need for repetition is variable. Suppose I'm a slow learner or I have identified somebody that in this particular class this concept is not all right by means of my formative assessment. Okay, I'll revisit my small group teaching sessions or tutorials, right? Whereas in skills training, if you find that somebody is not meeting up to the standards, it is essential that he needs to repeat it so that he acquires the skill, especially for core competencies or core skills, right? He can just, if he is measuring BP, the BP apparatus horizontal and tells that it is 300 BP. I can't allow him to go. He has to repeat it, re-repeat it till he knows how to do it in a particular fashion. So that's the basic difference between these two elements. So we have talked about what is skills training. So we'll talk now about why do we need to focus on skills training and what is the focus on the new MCI curriculum. Why is there an emphasis on skills training? Predominantly because we need procedural skills, we need clinical skills, we need communication skills for patient care activity. So it's an applied activity, and if you don't perform appropriately in patient care, it is going to show immediately. That is what it is. And we saw yesterday, right? There is a huge gap between the best performer and the worst performer. And what accreditation and standard setting is trying to do is to bridge that gap, to bring it down to narrow so that the products have a quality certification when they come out. Most of them will be able to do this particular thing. So that is what it is. And the third and most important point is we may not really want to acknowledge this, but the standards for skills training are slipping across, right? We have classes where we have the bedside clinic now runs with 30 students, 40 students, right? Sometimes practical or demonstration classes for some of this will run with so many students. It is convenient for us. Many more reasons are there because our student numbers are increasing, faculty numbers are going down. Whatever be the reasons, but this is a very sad state of affairs that our standards in skills training are slipping and we need to focus on that. And most important is, we know that it is slipping, but we are not happy to stay there. We want to become better, so we want to improve clinical performance standards. So we want every intern should be able to do a basic CPR. Every student, medical student who is going into labor room posting should be able to put an IV line and then collect a sample for cross-matching. So we want better standards for every activity. So that is another reason that why we are trying to focus on this curriculum. There is a lot of interest in that. So this is what we did. I told you about our ASCII exams, what we did. And some of the stations we had are like this. We talked about hepatic size and consistency, right? 75% of the students were able to do that. Basic CPR, 63% of students did that because All the interns were at the beginning of the course itself certified for PLS and ACLS using AHU. Sutural laceration, they were able to do 72%. Observe and interpret a Gallup rhythm, 65% of our students were able to do it. They were very happy, right? So they are able to do all these things. But look at this side of this. Interpret spirometry data. Is it obstructive airway disease or is it restrictive? Only 18%. Handing over a sick child from one duty to another, right? When I finish duty and go as intern, I hand over to the next intern. Do it correctly, only 1/4 of the children were able to do it. So as we put a station, it's like a mother calling up a duty person and saying that my child has followed a coin, a 50 paise coin. So what should I do? So you need to give advice to the mother on what you should be doing and how you should be observing. 1/6 of my students only were able to do that. They were not able to do this particular skill, which is a very common enough. It's not even some kind of a magical medical skill. It is a common sense kind of skill. But they were not able to do that. How to identify JVP pulsations? Clinical skill, right? We are teaching from 3rd semester onwards. JVP pulsations. I'm not sure physiology teaches this. So, but only 1/4 of the students were able to do that. The worst comes was when in performance. No? Somebody who has got a both bones fracture, a simple forearm cast, not even cast, putting a splint across an injured limb. Only 8% of the students were able to do this. These are students who are about to graduate in 1 week of college. So, this is the kind of data which we got and we shared it in the curriculum committee meeting and told us, tell us, what do you want us to do with this kind of thing? And believe me, it was as shocking for them as it is for you. And after this, we started a program where we have focused skill training activity for CRRI every week. So it's still going on. We divide them into, we had 250 students. We divide them into small groups of 12. And then each group will go and do one particular piece of activity. So there are 54 skills and they do every week one skill and they get certified. So the program is now running, 1 year completed and the second year is on. So that is what is needed. Sometimes you need to see it in figures like this to show what it means, how much our standards are realistic, right? I hope I have convinced you that why we need to focus on skills training. And there's some more data we have. Actually, what we did was, we looked at the scores of students, right, who scored above the median marks in each of the stations and who scored below the median mark. And for each of the stations, there was one critical action step. Like for example, if it is a chest compression station, then the chest compression has to be all right. It has to move down 1.5 to 2 centimeters, and you need to detect the waveform in the monitor which is connected. So that's the most critical step. And if he doesn't do that step, even if he does all other steps, it is fine. We have seen this because when we do OSCEs, we get to see a lot of human behavior kind of things. Like when you put a lot of stations and when you say that everybody comes and greets patients, explain to them what you are supposed to do, thank patient before you leave, and you give one mark for each of these things. So these fellows go around 25 stations and they get sizable amount of marks, 75 marks just for saying namaste, thank you, and I'm going to do this. So that is what it is. So we looked at critical steps and how often they got it wrong. And even people who scored above the median in detecting arrhythmia, 13% of the students, 13% of the students got it wrong. Measuring blood pressures, 10% of the students got the critical step wrong. Okay, triaging infant with fever, almost 1/5 of the students got it wrong. Examine somebody's ears, okay, 18% of them got it wrong, right? This is people who scored above that, they got 4 or above or 3.5 and above in each of those stations. So that is where the lacuna in skills training lies. And this is what one student told me, right? When in medical school, we are continuously encouraged to imbibe a vast amount of knowledge. But we are not expected to master as many clinical skills except case presentations, which we are required to know to pass the exams. It is not very much essential for us to do this. What we did was in each of the stations, the teacher or the observer who was there gave a feedback to the student then and there, that what you did wrong or what you did right. And at the end of the session, we did a group feedback where we got the common mistakes which were done in each of the stations and common good things which occurred in each of the stations. So that even if the student has done one mistake, he knew that it is possible to make all kinds of mistakes in that particular session. So he said that after reviewing my performance in OSCE, I realized that I also have to master skills of patient management. So this is something which stayed with us. This is a feedback given to the students, that how much they value this particular kind of feedback, and I think my mic is gone. Actually, there are some issues with regard to skills training. Why did the standards slip so wide? Not go through the same system, maybe not come out early. I believe like most of us who came out sometime back are reasonably okay with clinical skills with regard to our diagnostic skills, etc. The problem somewhat lies with the 97 guidelines. The 97 guidelines, though very well written, they are very nice. They give you some space to work on. But the problem is they also give space for people to escape. So that is what it is. It did not put it down in black and white what you need to do and what you should not be doing. They have not told explicitly that you need to focus on skills in this. They have actually given what is the syllabus, what is the theory component of it, what is the clinical component for it, what is the integration component of it. If you see, remember the 97 curriculum, it's all there. But they are not explicitly told that how many hours need to be dedicated, how many skills need to be certified, how often you need to certify. Those kind of things are not there. So since it is not there, we use it to our advantage. So there is a lot of variability inside the school. Like for example, we found that physiology spent an enormous amount of time teaching how to do clinical examination skills, especially with regard to neurology, RS, CDS, etc. And we really did not know how much of medicine people appreciated what physiology has done, right? They don't. So within the school itself, there was a lot of variability. Every department starts as if the students are entering medicine for the first ever time. Clinical history taking skills are taught in every department. But every time you go, how the lecture, the clinical class begins, in pediatrics, this is how you take history. In OBGY, this is what you should be doing to take history. Rather than focus on the core aspects of the process, we get carried away with small aspects which are there unique to the department. It is not standardized across schools. So between what is taught in your university and my university, there is a lot of variation. It is not explicitly developmental. Like we saw it some example in the critical thinking workshop yesterday, like how the diabetes class doesn't change shape from second year to final year. It is almost the same kind of class which is getting repeated. Same way, when we talk about skills also, what is the difference between a second year student taking the history and presenting, and what is the difference or level of expectations we have from a final year students taking history and then presenting? Yes, we also know that, okay, at one point we want only history taking. When they go to final year, we want them to look at the investigations and then come to a narrow down to a differential diagnosis and present. But are we making it explicitly clear to the students? So is it really developmental as it goes along in the course? These are the problems we had in the 97 curriculum. So that is why this new curriculum has come, and we saw this yesterday. That the purpose is to develop the IMG. So he has the necessary knowledge, skills and values which is required to undertake his lifelong responsibility. So what are the extracts from GMR which are relevant to that? It states clearly that he should be able to impart skills and knowledge that will enable him to manage common medical problems, not unusual things. We are not going to focus on kind of vague skin disorder which is seen only once in 1,000 clinical encounters. But we want them to know what is an impetigo looks like. So that is what we are talking about. And acquisition of such skills should be ensured in each of the subjects. So this is what is clearly given. So at least one ambiguity is removed from the 97 guidelines so that we now have a specific purpose in front of us and specific directions on which we need to go. They have also given the list of certifiable procedural skills and how it should be certified. Is it only done independently? So given a clear demarcation of what needs to be done in skills curriculum. It's actually quite good in that particular fashion. So you need to go through and then make sure your department is appropriately represented. There are some lacunae which are there, but however we can say, like for example, I picked up certificate writing in forensic medicine or grantedness establishment in forensic medicine is not a certifiable skill, right? Which we expect them to do. Same way like when the blood cross matching, I expect a graduate to be certified in that, but it is not there in some of those departments. So we need to identify and see where the gap lies and then make a representation. So certification of skills can be done by any faculty member from the department. For common procedures, by faculty from any of the department who is trained, and this can be decided locally. How is this logistics of skills training going to be personnel have to be given? The curriculum committee says what is the schedule, what is the program going to be, and it is also necessary to develop a skills curriculum. It is a work of the curriculum committee to vet the skills curriculum in each of the phases. And the MEO is going to train people like what they are doing now to ensure that all the faculty know how to conduct these sessions and how does this activity on the skills labs are being done. So that finishes what we are going to do. And now comes the question of how this code which we read in Alice in the Wonderland. Alice will be asking the cat, Cheshire cat, can you please tell me where to go? Then the cat will ask her, where do you want to go? And Alice will say, I don't know. So the cat will say, if you don't know, any road can take you there. So that is what it is. So we need to really be clear on what we want to achieve at the end of this program. So the clinical competency domains should become your objectives. So that's where you start. You can't start just because something catches your fancy. You need to catch something because it is there as part of your objectives or core competencies which needs to be done. So now we'll start. We have a group work. We have mannequins on each table. Okay, what I want you to do, I think we have a mixture of people in each of the tables. I want you to go to this mannequins and identify one competency from the new MCI curriculum which can be taught using this particular mannequin, right? And then you need to write what is going to be the follow and this. So the worksheets are here. I want one competency per table, right? You can write how many ever you want because you have all of you have sheets, but I want one presentation from each table.
Two of us will go to some other table.
You are in this table? You are in this table? Okay. You have a mannequin? Yes. It has to be specific.
No, anything, you discuss and then discuss, right? What is this?
क्लिनिकल साइड तो इधर यार अलग
Don't say that the panicking is this thing
What happens is we buy a lot of things and you think that only anesthetic should What else? What else? This temperature recording children show them this. I don't think it has a rectangle. It doesn't have a handle. The method of measurement. You can't cross the axilla. This baby is but you won't get a real collection. See, you can use it for that, but it should be authentic. So your baby will not show any collection blood from yellow. Surface marking, babies, how it is different in babies compared to older children. Only thing is,
Thinking that the space lab is not for us.
Seriously, and surgical and anesthetist surgery. No, students also. Yes, depending on the you can do part of your anatomy session. You want to do a case-based description workshop. Take it to the skills lab and do the medicine. So that's all. That skills lab is open for everybody. You only need to schedule your appointments in skills lab so that you don't disturb any other activity which is going on. And then go and utilize it. But it is not kind of off the limits out of bounds for biochemistry department or physiology Then we say so many things you can do. That is what it is. The bus seems to have died down. Looks like everybody knows or everybody has come to some plan. Can we start the plenary? You're done? You're done? Any other group is done? Are you done? Each table. Done. This table is done. This table is done. Right. You're done? Right. Okay. Right, please. We'll start with the plenary. Dr. Lathan, can you write down? Yes, ma'am. There's only one rule in the plenary session. We all respect each other. So when somebody is talking, we'll listen to them and not have side conversations. Right? Thank you. Who's going to go first? Which table? Okay, the anatomist. Thank you.
First phase, first subject.
Yes, anatomy. No, first it's just anesthesia, I think. If you see the anatomy. Right, okay. Over to madam. Madam, tell us what is your mannequin and what all you think can be done with that and how do you think you're going to go about teaching that skill?
We have image whole body mannequin.
Fantastic.
Actually, there are two techniques which we can demonstrate.
Okay.
But we have only 1 hour. At the end of the session, student should be able to use bamboo bag ventilation at the time of emergency as a part of basic life support.
Okay, you want to use the whole body mannequin for bamboo bag ventilation. Did you try it out?
You don't need to imagine, so you.
No. Try it out on that particular mannequin. Will the chest inflate if you do?
Yes, lungs are there.
Okay.
Then we could feel the it was not over.
Okay. Yeah, fine.
Then teaching learning method. Teaching learning method, we have used DOP, DOP. So that and the assessment method is also.
So you want to use this. You told us that you thought about 2 or 3 other things also to do with this mannequin.
Yes.
Can you share what you did with that?
Carotid pulse can be fed. There is a facility of that.
Okay.
If we pump that, we can feel the carotid pulse we have fed on this mannequin.
Right. So you thought you could teach them how to do. Can you teach only carotid pulse or can you teach something else along with carotid pulse? Because a lot of physiologists are there, so I thought we take that. When there is a supraventricular tachycardia, some maneuvers we do, right? Carotid pulse. Can we teach some maneuvers using that? When we have the carotid pulse in the mannequin? Right? When there is an SVT, how to do a carotid body massage? Can be done. Good. So you came up with some good things. Good. Can we have the anesthesia table, please? This side.
We have a at the end of the teaching session.
No, what is the mannequin? What is the blood bag? What's the mannequin? What is it is what is it used for? What's its use for? It's a mannequin which we want to use for IV cannulation.
You just clear eczema. We don't procure a vein over here.
No, not sure. What about breast? Yeah,
lot of this. But then,
no, this is okay. Because when you prick, you will get the fluid coming. That is why this bag is made. Okay? It is medically an IV apple. Okay. So what do you want to teach using that?
So towards the end of the session, we want the student to perform cannulation, IV cannulation successfully.
Okay. Right. How are you going to do that?
We want to first take a class, a short group discussion on how to start IV line. Followed by that, we want to demonstrate it on the mannequin to start with. And we will allow the student to do it on mannequin. In a later class, in a later session, we would like to demonstrate it on the patient itself. And then followed by that, we would want the student who is an internee or editor to perform it on the actual patient under guidance.
Good. Did you think that you could use this for any other purpose? Okay, you can do. Any other thing they can use? Can you show him how to pump sugar in ABG? Right. You're in
Anesthesia.
Okay. Any other purpose we can use? This money can be used very nicely for many other things. Radial artery cannulation. Any other thing? We used to use this mannequin for teaching all the bony landmarks in the upper limb. Surface marking. Okay. We use this for anthropometry. Right? Measuring mid-arm circumferences. Right? We use this mannequin how to teach dressings. Limb dressings. We used to put a small red color sticker over there like a wound or an ulcer and tell them how will you do this dressing for this particular thing. Bandaging techniques can be taught. Right? So what it means is, even though it is an IV upper limb mannequin, you can look at it and see the possibilities. So what I would request is, the skills lab is open to everybody. Please go have a visit in the skills lab. Fix up a session with the skills lab coordinator. Ask him to show the mannequins to you, all the mannequins, and see what all from your competency list you can teach or enhance using the skills lab. That is the major important. Thank you. Yeah, just take it. You see that one? I don't have most Okay, we won't eat you up. Come, tell us what it is. We all had a very good breakfast, and most of us here are vegetarians. We are not. Tell what is this mannequin? It is a upper limb torso. Okay.
So when we should know they should know how to do the basic CPR.
Okay, you want them to do basic CPR. One person. What CPR you want them?
2%.
Okay, you want 2 people to do that. Okay, you can purpose
For surface marking.
Okay.
Models and auscultation.
Can you auscultate? The sounds come from this?
Not from
Okay, so you can't use it. See, mannequins are to be used for, it should be as authentic as possible. If there is no heart sound, you can't use that mannequin for auscultating heart sounds. You can use a SimMan for that purpose. It comes with the auscultatory sounds. Okay, then what else you can use? Can you see JVP in this? Okay, you can't use. But you can do something else with this. What's all these things? What is these things? What is this?
How much we can monitor.
Okay, you can monitor. So you can teach them how to do cardiac compressions. What else you can do? Many physiologists are there in this team. How are you going to teach this? Using physiology, what you are going to use this for? Okay, you want to show where all you can auscultate. Then?
Applying the ECGs.
Fantastic. How to apply ECG leads for various things. Okay. Fantastic. Okay, you don't want your lab attendant to sit where 30 fellows go on percussion, right? You could show them how to do the percussion. Only thing is, you may not get the real sounds, but at least the technique of percussion can be known. Okay. This is only Daso, madam. You can't show me nowadays. Electrostic is not there. Okay. Okay, you can show surface marking of areas. Any other bright ideas? Okay, how do you do a bone marrow aspiration or what is the site for it? Okay. No, this doesn't have a trachea. Okay, so how are you going to do this? What did you say? CPR. How are you going to teach CPR using this method?
Chest compression.
Okay, do chest compression. Thou shall do it. Is that how we are going to teach?
Demonstration.
You want to demonstrate, okay?
For demonstration, the theoretical part we have to.
Okay, you want to do a theoretical part and then a demonstration. Okay. What do you think is the most important aspect about teaching CPR? You got me started in that.
When to compress and when to give the breathing.
Okay, that is the technique of doing CPR, but more than that.
How much compress?
No, more than that. How many times when to assess the patient and when to give CPR? Okay, forget CPR. Like most important aspect about performing CPR, what do you think is needed?
Should be on the floor.
Okay, it should be on the floor.
Location.
Okay, how do you keep your hand? Where you will do? How much you compress? What is the effective compression? All that you are going to teach. That's only that. Any other thing? When you will do CPR, you told. Right? Any other thing? Before you do CPR, what is the first thing we tell them?
Airway.
No. What is the first thing we'll do?
Call for help.
Call for help. Right? Right. So you could teach actually using a team activity, like how you are going to do a CPR. But when you are actually doing a demonstration of this life-saving skills, it is very important for students to realize what is the relevance of the skills. So if you could enhance that experience by showing a short video of like somebody who is arresting and how a CPR is going to help, right? We used to have this very nice clipping. There's one US, I think, one football field, some player will collapse. And there'll be the paramedics will rush and then take him out. And there will be a person who will be going with it, and he has an automatic defibrillator which is clipped down to his belt, but they will not be using it. And the player died. So when you show such things, then it just goes into their head, yes, this is what I need to do. So all these life-saving skills, it is not enough if you just demonstrate, tell them what is the technique of doing. You need to insist on the effective component also, when to do it. So you need to make it a little bit more experiential. Thank you. Ma'am, I think we stop this session. I think because I know that all of you have come up with a lot of bright ideas, but we don't have much time, so I need to finish the session. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Oh no. So, if we all know about this Miller's pyramid of competence, so it depends on what is that you want to achieve, right? You want them to know or know how, they are going to read or listen, or they are going to do self-directed learning or online reading, whatever you want. When you want them to show do, it has to be a live demo, multimedia, or performance which is hands-on. So this we saw yesterday, right? The learning pyramid, right? And all these activities, all these reading, hearing, viewing, watching videos, etc. are all passive learning. Whereas participating in hands-on workshop, teaching each other and teaching some other things, doing the real thing will all amount to active learning. And when you have active learning, your experiences stay with you. So the best is to go into active learning mode. So how do we learn intellectual skills? It's a process of solving problems. We saw this yesterday. You learn to solve problems by first learning the basic concepts. Then you solve under guidance from somebody. Then you use hints and try to solve it yourself and then do it independently. So that is problem solving skills, how you develop the intellectual skills. When it comes to psychomotor skills, you listen or read about the components of the skill, what they talked about for CPR. You watch a demonstration, you practice under supervision. There has to be an element of corrective feedback and practice it independently, what we call as a construct and deconstruct model. When we are actually doing a demonstration of skills, you need to do a stepwise demonstration so that he knows exactly why each step is being done. Communication skills, you start first with listening to narratives or orations or inspiring anecdotes, how Barack Obama speaks, he uses 3 points all the time, or how Kennedy had used certain things in his speech, right? You watch role play, skill demo, social drama, etc. You watch how Steve Jobs introduced his iPhone, right? Before you want to do a public speaking. You participate in simulatory kind of activities, practice under supervision, and then you do independent practice. That's how we learn communication skills in a stepwise manner. So when we talk about competence, we start with unconscious incompetence. We don't even know what we don't know, right? That's what is ignorance. Then we are aware of what is that we know and what is that we do not know. We become conscious of our incompetence. So where we try to acquire skills. Then we become conscious of what we can do. That is skills competency. And lastly, we move on to unconscious competence. Madam can do Anya anytime. So that is unconscious competence, which is mastery, right? So skills acquisition is the initial phase. You need a teacher's guidance essentially for this particular process. But when it comes to skill competency, it is an intermediate stage and it requires that the participant performs the steps in the correct sequence. And he knows that what is the critical step in each of these activities, which you should not miss. Then when he becomes proficient, then he is able to do it very comfortably on his own, right? And he performs it precisely and effectively in a preordained sequence. So this is a model which has been used, right? Mastery learning model. You start as a novice, you become an advanced beginner who is conscious of your incompetency, then you become competent. That is, you are barely able to do the skill to necessary level of satisfaction. Then you become proficient, and then when you learn to become expert, then that is when you start teaching others. Why is this model very important? This model is important because what is the clinical responsibility which goes with it? When you are a novice, you can only observe the activity. You can't perform the activity on your own. When you become an advanced beginner, you act with direct supervision of the mentor or the role person who is monitoring you present in this place. When you become competent, you act with supervision which is available. The same word, you get it right, I'm just there. The next 3 beds down the line, I'm doing something, but you have an encounter a problem, I'm there to help you immediately. When you become proficient, you act unsupervised. I can do the surgery, or I don't have to inform, I just have to tell madam. And when you become expert, you start providing supervision. So the clinical responsibility is directly related to where exactly into the See, some people take to competence very fast. Like they become masters by doing only 4 khanyas, he can do it very confidently. Some people take a long time to learn to reach the level of competence. So competence is minimum level of acceptable performance, right? So the performance has got nothing to do with the number of times you do. It depends on how well you do that particular skill. So competency is not equated to the number of practice sessions which you have. There has to be a phased training for competence. Start with easy skills, move on to complex skills. Tell them how to put the step in the correct area properly before he learns how to detect a S3 gallop. You start with component of a skill, how to put the bell or how to put the diaphragm for auscultation before you move on into auscultation of the cardiovascular system as a whole. Right? Start with isolated skills, then you can do combined skills. Maybe the second year OSCE can only look at how hand washing is done. But the final year OSCE will look at how he is examining a pregnant woman. Hand washing is part of the OSCE station. It is not the only focus of the OSCE stations. So it can be a combined station. You can start with simulated experiences and move on to real life. So this is how we need to phase out the training for acquisition of competence of our graduates. So we need to ask this question. We are talking so much about clinical skills education and we want to put it into the curriculum and all. Does it really make a difference or has it made a difference to anybody? Is the performance outcomes differ, right? And this is what they did. Actually, many schools in Dutch, they focused on clinical skills and then they measured what is their clinical outcomes. And this is what was it before and this is what was it after. And they found that there is going to be a significant change with regard to the clinical outcomes or patient outcomes once they started the thing. But closer home, actually, I had the good fortune of working with the people from Father Mullah Hospital, and what they told me was fantastic. They said they introduced ASCII for examination in all the faculties, and they found that when the students were trained to do these skills in a phase-wise and a proper manner, actually the patients were so impressed because the students were very polite, they were talking to them, explaining to them things like that, and that resulted in their patient inflow increasing, increased patient satisfaction, and increasing in number of patients attending the hospital. So that is the example closer home which we can look at and then which we can imbibe on, right? So we can make our teaching worthy of our enduring legacy by focusing on what we need to do. Thank you very much for your sorry, madam, taking some time. It was a wonderful session, very informative and skillful. Thank you for the wonderful session. Thank you, ma'am, for the wonderful session. And if there are any questions, I will take it during the lunchtime because I think we are running out of time. Thank you.
Now we move on to the next session, and I request Dr. Sanjay to kindly chair the session. And the first speaker is Dr. Smita Patil from JMC. Over to you.
Good morning, all. It's my pleasure and privilege to chair this session, where we'll be listening to Dr. Smita Patil, the expert in medical education, who has dedicated most of her time for medical education, and she's one of the top speakers of what change has happened in India, and at such a young age, she has shouldered that responsibility. And maybe with all those hurdles, they have rolled out the new curriculum for us, and yet we always just smile on that face. So that may be the secret. So we listen to Madam on values, ethics, and empathy in curriculum-based medical education. I give the session to Madam with the quote: "No one cares how much you know until they know how much you care." So let's begin the journey of this care, empathy, and values. Over to Madam.
Very good morning to everybody. Thank you, Dr. Sanjay Kodali, sir, for the nice introduction to the topic, as well as getting me on the dais here. I think BLE, Bijapur, and most of a few of the colleges, SNMC, and we have been associated since the time we have been recognized as a regional center. And I think we can, in a way, we are, though not formally, we are working collaboratively. We share our ideas, we share our discussions, and we are there to help each other. It's just not that the nodal center is helping the others. We also take help from them, take ideas from them. We have been working together. Thank you very much for that. I think my topics are rather than the, we saw the skills training and all, rather than the training as such, mine are little more on the administrative aspects kind of, implementation. My topics are on a kind of implementation. So today, we all know how it is, a part of it's already, the implementation process has already started. If not at COM, the new CME has already started, all the colleges have implemented foundation course and all. Bit of practical approach. We will go for the practical approach. How can we make it more easily implementable, more easy for us. It's not going to be easy, of course, and comparatively how we can make it, doable for us. Let us share the ideas. I mean, for us also, it's going to be the new one as such. For anybody, it's a new one. This is what we have thought of. What is your first thought that comes to your mind, seeing this? Violence against doctors. What comes to their mind next? Violence. Why is it happening? No, what are the reasons we think of? We have discussed so much. Every time when the last time it happened in Assam, then all of us went on strike, IMA went on strike. We were doing so much. We discussed so much of reasons. Rather, I think we can say all of us became a sofa journalist.
Yes.
There's something called a sofa journalism, where we sit at home and we discuss, and then we having a tea, and then keep a cup of tea, get up and forget and go. Did we not do that?
Yes.
Maybe we went a step ahead and went for a protest, but nothing much could actually happen. Why do you think it is happening? Forget about the topic. We just stress. Yes, ma'am.
Distrust.
Who is distressed?
No, distress. Trust.
Distrust. Okay, distrust. Patients distrust on doctors. Okay, that could be one reason. What are the other things?
Communication gap.
Communication between the patient and the doctor.
Gap. Maybe there has been a communication gap. Okay. Lack of empathy from patient side, doctor side. Okay. Lack of demonstration of empathy. Okay.
Medicine has become too mechanical. It has lost its human touch.
Eco-friendly medicine.
Could be. Okay. What else?
Eco-friendly medicine, maybe the.
Eco-friendly medicine has come and like losing a lot of human touch. Okay.
Overconfidence.
So from on part of doctors. From the patients, overconfidence. Okay. So we get them getting okay. That half is our knowledge.
Lot of expectations.
Lot of expectations. Yes.
And they think doctors are like gods.
That is also come. They want doctors to be like gods. Treat everything, but don't ask for bill later. Don't give the bill because you are a god. You are supposed to give free everything. Okay. They expect miracles. Okay. So,
unethical practice maybe by few of them.
Yeah, few of them. Yeah, that could be. Yeah. So these are all the reasons. We are not sure. We cannot say that this is the reason for this. So these are all the multifactorial, you can say multifactors that have been contributed to that. So one of them, initially, if you see your observation, maybe it was related to the topic. That's why we spoke like that. Most of the topic, responses came up from the deficiencies from our side, from our profession. I mean, just seeing the responses now. Then later on, when I went on asking what, then we are discussing. Probably we are more concentrating on the topic. So there are both the factors. So we cannot control the patient factors right now. We cannot. That's not in our hand. But at least can we do something from our side? It may be true. We are not totally blaming doctors for everything. There are good doctors. We know all that. Everything is fine. But then there are few instances something must have happened and that spreads and then that negativity builds up. That could have been the reason. There's something that is there. Lack of empathy, communication skills, some analytical practice somewhere that must have led to this kind of
System deficiencies.
Definitely, ma'am. System deficiency is also there. Definitely. I think we discussed the same thing. They have to introduce a good system and healthcare rather than just blaming the private doctors. Okay.
Most of the time, the junior doctors who are blaming.
No, because they are the first one to encounter
Yes.
that. Off time in casualties, they are the ones. Residents are the ones who are going to face that.
They are not totally equipped with all this communication skills and maybe that is a reason.
Yeah, but and also we also have to look at the other side. Recently, we heard in Assam a 73-year-old practitioner was brutally beaten to death. That was something. We cannot say that after so much of experience he was bad in communication skills. That could have been a patient factor.
And he was giving the free service.
Free service. So this is
Ethical, so money does not bother him.
Yes, sir, definitely. So there is no question of unethical practice or anything. That could have been a patient factor that time. Whatever the other factors are there. Things that are there in our hand is something that we can inculcate these values. At least from our side, we can do something about it. This is what we are talking. And another, yesterday sir also mentioned, Honorable Vice Chancellor sir also mentioned, and how many of us will agree on this? It's not common. I mean, there are exceptions, not all the time. high scorers or toppers do not match their clinical practice in terms of popularity, not in terms of knowledge and skills. They are highly skilled, highly knowledgeable, but they have in a practice, if you say, they are not very successful practitioners. And low scorers, and we wonder, and he's such a, this is happening. I mean, I'm sure every batch has experienced this. Used to be this is what we are talking, so life skills and soft skills rather than just knowledge, because we haven't trained them to be, to be a perfect, complete doctor with all these values and all. We have been putting, our curriculum has been there, we have been putting only the knowledge and the skills and the knowledge and the procedural skills. We have been doing that. They are good at that. They get good seats. They do in AIMS, PG and everywhere, all the top colleges, wherever, they do very well. But when they come out, very few of them turn out to be very successful practitioners to the patients. So this would be mainly because, as you all said, their overall we have not been trained. So traditional curriculum, as we have seen yesterday already, we will not repeat all that. Most of the things are they lack. Our curriculum lacks any leadership or team skills, lack of communication skills, and most importantly, of the soft skills that are very much important. Soft skills they are not taught them at all. So, but though they were, we cannot say that we are completely not taught. The thing is, there are hidden curriculum. What do we mean by hidden curriculum? It's something that we are taught, but they're explicitly not mentioned in the curriculum. But then some teaching goes on. What is the problem with hidden curriculum is, it is not uniform. Somebody teaches, somebody doesn't teach, some learn, some don't learn. And there is nothing called an assessment for all this. And assessment drives learning. Coming back to that, students learn only what is assessed. So when it is not assessed, they don't bother. Some of them, those who are interested, those who are good and curious, they learn. But then not everybody learns. What is empathy? Empathy is having the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. Being in general, we tell students putting into being into their shoes and understanding them, understanding their feeling. Communication. We talk how we communicate and all. Then there is something called as ethics. Ethics in general, it is said that a set of moral principles that govern the person's behavior or the conducting of an activity. In a sense, in simple words, what we put is, ethics is doing the right even when nobody is observing. That's what we tell the students also. Another in research ethics, it slightly varies. Ultimately, they say that if I can do this to my own child or somebody of my own kin, then I can do this on the patient. If you think that, then it is ethics. That is the first ethics. We say that, can I do this to my own patient? To my own relative. Then we have humanities. Humanities is understanding the profound effects of the illness and the disease of the patients, health professions, and other in their social worlds. In other sense, being empathetic is understanding their situation, their pain, their concern. Understanding is that. Humanities is considering their social background. They may not. We are treating them. We are treating them, but how much the cost is? What background they come from? We have to understand. Those are all the humanities. Of course, humanities is a different subject altogether now, a specialty. And professionalism. What do we think is professionalism? Because in a previous workshop we have seen professionalism, there are different concepts. What do we mean by professionalism? What are the elements of professionalism?
Attitude.
Yes, sir. Attitude. Confidentiality. Yes, sir.
Respect.
Autonomy, patients' autonomy. Respect for patients.
The way you dress, the way you talk.
Of course, that also mentions. Yeah, the way you talk, the way you treat, the way you communicate, everything in a professional behavior. Yes, they all are included in that. The definition is medical professionalism is a belief system in which the professionals profess to each other and the public the shared competency standards. Forget about all that blah blah. Ultimately, understanding is that having a professional behavior which encompasses all the elements of the professionalism. What are the elements of medical professionalism? In medicine, the fundamental principles of primacy of the patient welfare, consider the patient welfare, patient's autonomy, and social justice. And other responsibilities include professional competence, honesty with patients, having confidentiality, appropriate relationships with the patients, improving the quality care, improving the access to care, distribution of finite resources, scientific knowledge, and all these professional responsibilities, all these encompassed together, we put as a professionalism. Our students, those who go out, they don't even know the meaning of many of the terms. When they go out, they don't even know what is to be done. You know? So these are all the, again, another one aspects, teamwork and professional demeanor. And then there is a concern for the welfare of the patients, accountability, social accountability and initiative, responsibility. Then there's a compassion for others, self-care and growth, self-preservation, integrity and trustworthiness. These are all also the components. The highest level of whatever we are talking, complete professional, is that it is based on this. The first base, that it is based on clinical competence, that is important. Then the good communication skills and the sound understanding of ethics, and these are the 4 pillars: accountability, altruism, excellence, humanism, that is leading to professionalism. What is altruism? Many of our students didn't know what is altruism. Putting others before self. Very nicely. Putting others. Many a time we do it. Most of our doctors, they do it, leaving out everything. You're tired, come back, and then again emergency comes, leaving everything. You have family commitments, leaving everything at emergency. Giving the priority, putting your own priority down, and giving the priority to patient care. This was also component, should not be too much. Nowadays we are teaching them, it should not be too much. That also leads to frustration. That also leads to the the lack of communication skills and all those things. Now, what are the challenges in teaching all this? Teaching. Why all this we had? I mean, it was not. Though we had, we have been teaching. It was not proper, of course. But then what are the challenges? What are the difficulties in teaching this? Imagine how can we? I mean, how to teach attitude? How to teach some ethics, professional aspects we can, but then it is very difficult to teach and assess also the skills. Various educational strategies are a little difficult. They are not explicit like we can take theory classes and the skills and demonstrate to them in theory. Assessment methods is difficult. Lack of expertise. None of us are, because our curriculum was also not there. None of us are trained to teach those soft skills. Because soft skills itself is a different area of profession. That itself is a different profession. We are not trained to teach that. Then again, after this, because the curriculum is so tight, we are already our whatever the curriculum that we are busy doing that. Then who will do it? When to do it? How to do it? There's no time for that. There's no time slot given for that in the timetable. Because it is not within the curriculum. There's no specific person who will do it. There are no methodologies. So these are all the challenges that we face. But now with the new curriculum, we should be able to, because there's a time schedule that has been given, that is included. So with all this in the background, with all these things in the mind, MCI has brought out with the ADCOM modules. Of course, this is a part of CME, not a complete, and there have been ADCOM modules. ADCOM stands here for Attitude, Ethics, and Communication Modules. I'm sure most of you, I can see here, you have undergone revised basic course workshop and undergone ADCOM. Anybody who is not undergone ADCOM? Anybody? I think most of you are undergone, so you don't know. Anyway, this has been just for the information of those who are not there. This module, the MCA has released a booklet with all the different modules from professional year 1 to 4. It's a longitudinal program, and every year has five or six or 7 set of modules based on the level of competence that is expected for that level. First years will have a basic one. The second years will have a little more higher. Suppose, for example, communication skills. Communication skill, there are 4 modules for year 1 to 4, and it goes on with the increasing complexity of communication skills. In the first one, there's a simple, just taking a consent or communicating. In the final year, with the complicated issues, with the ethical dilemma, ethical issues and how to communicate and multiple communication. So like that, with the increasing level of complexity, the level increases of this. So MCI has given certain modules, but they have also said that let us not restrict only those modules. They are just an example, or rather than guidance for a guide, it acts as a guiding force. Be keeping that in the background, we can always use our own scenarios. And if you go through that, wonderful scenarios have been created. whoever has created, they have created a wonderful scenarios to match each of these professional aspects, the patient's autonomy, the confidentiality, altruism, and everything is, the different scenarios have been created to teach. They have also mentioned teaching learning methods. You can go to the AdCom booklets that are available on the website, MCI website, as well as in all the MEUs also. So now, if we have to include that incorporation of values, instead of talking in general terms, let us, because now anyway the curriculum is there, we'll have a context, let us look at how we can implement AdCom. Because ultimately, including of all these values and all, will come in the AdCom module itself. So let us look at practically how AdCom module can be implemented. Any module is to be implemented or any curricular development on this, we generally go through 6-step approach. That is David Kerr's 6-step approach. There are the 6 steps. One is problem identification and general needs assessment. This is for any curriculum module. I'm just talking in general. Then there's the targeted needs assessment, goals and objectives, educational strategies, implementation and evaluation and feedback. So here, what happens is, first is identify the problem. That we have already discussed, that the problem exists. And targeted needs assessment, whom is to be implemented, we know whom is to be targeted, and goals and objectives. The first three steps have already been done by MCI and given us. So we don't have to look at that right now. The next we have to think is teaching learning strategies. Now these are the modules. We have to teach professionalism, and how are we going to teach them? What are the strategies, teaching learning strategies we are going to adopt? How are we going to assess that they have learned? And that comes along with the teaching learning method and how it is going to work, evaluation. The last one is how it is to be evaluated. Implementation, now we are talking of implementation. Implementation includes not only the teaching learning strategies, just the planning of that, implementing them, also seeing the other aspects, administrative aspects and managerial aspects, how we can actually implement it in the department, who all to be done, who should do it, when to do it, all that comes in a implementation. We will just look at that implementation. The David Kerr book mentions making curriculum a reality or converting a good plan into an accomplishment is nothing but is a implementation. So when we look at the implementation of any of the module, we look at these things. Identify the resources first. What resources we need to implement this module? What are the resources required? And then next is what is our support? What all support we have, institutional, external. In this case, we don't need any external support because MCI mandate is there. We have to the institution has to support. Institution will support. We may not need any external funding or this. We will not need that. Then we have to develop administrative mechanisms to support the curriculum. Who will do what? Who will look after? Whom is to be reported? Who will collect the data and all that? Then anticipate and address the barriers. This is a very important aspect of implementation. Yesterday we discussed any change that has been brought, there is a resistance. Now what resistance are there, what are the barriers are there, and how to overcome those. Anticipation. The actual barriers may be something else later. We may come up with plan A doesn't work, plan B comes up, and then there will be so many anticipations. And the barriers will come up. But at least anticipate in the beginning. So this could be the reason. There may be resistance from the faculty. There may be resistance from the support staff. There may be resistance sometimes from few of the HOD's departments. Meaning they will say, "Acha, MCA curriculum karna hai, you do this much only. Forget it. Will not give you so much of staff." Sometimes some attitudinal problems. So whatever we have to anticipate. Then have a plan for implementation of introducing into the curriculum. That MCA is already planned, phasing in, phase-wise manner. We'll see how to identify the resources. When we say identify the resources, what are the resources? First, look at personnel, faculty. Who is going to do this? Who are the manpower? Faculty, secretarial, and other. That's the support staff, the clerks, and all that. Patients, who are going to be our patients, or what resources we record. Other than that, then time of the faculty, support staff, and learners, because they already have a time schedule. How much time each faculty has to spare? This has to be also be thought of. Then what facilities we have? Space, equipment, clinical sites, what do we have, where we are going to do, depending on what module we are going to implement. We can plan one of the implement module communication skills in the skill lab. It may be in the communication skill lab. It may be with the standardized patients, or it may be in the hospital setup with the actual patients. It may be in the department with attendants. in our practical sense, who act as standardized patients for us, simulated patients, not standardized, simulated patients for us many a time. So how we are going to work it, or maybe one of the students can volunteer as a simulated patient. So we have to look at those things also. Then, if at all you require any cost for that, funding cost, or if you are planning for any training programs, then what will be the cost? If you conduct a training program, the resource persons, who is going to be there, what expenses, how much work is going to be, that we have to look at. Then obtaining support. Next step. Support, of course, here I don't think we'll have a problem. Generally, for general curricular modules, we think of support. But here, the main administrators, we have to have for any implementation the support of our leaders, our head of the institutions, the administrators. Without their support, not even a single pen can be moved from here to there. Do you all agree? Absolutely. So we have to have their support for everything. They have to be at the backup system every time round the clock. Without them, nothing will happen. What we do many times is when in our medical education department, this is not done in our college, this is only so that the things work out. When we say we send a circular, nobody comes. So what we have started doing is we prepare everything, just like a principal seal their signature, send it from the principal, automatically people come.
I would like to share the seal. We make it go by
we do everything manually, because if you call for a meeting, everybody calls and tells, I have class, I have this, I have patient, I have OT and everything. And nobody comes. Hardly few turn up. And ultimately again it will be the same row faculty who will know, medical English faculty who will turn up. And then when you need a support, so what we have done is we have started sending circulars. Madam won't even know probably what she's actually signing for. She knows, she trusts us, she signs, and it goes in through her office and this. So automatically then they cannot get it.
You made the principal the chairperson of the MEU. So he's very much there. That
should be the thing, ma'am. Even us, even this college, most of the institutions that are doing well, we see there, the leaders have involved. When they get involved.
I just want to say recently what it happened is I went to principal sir to take signature for some circular. What he said is, for small things you don't keep on coming to me. I'll give you my seal and just then I said if I misuse, then he said I trust you. That is the kind of support my administrators are giving us.
And
very recently it happened.
That's the trust should be there. That's how the thing should work. Otherwise, if you're stringent and strict and this will not. This has to be there. That's wonderful. Anyway, I know that now one seal is there. I didn't take it.
And I also come to
Yes, sir. Okay. So that's we have to somehow, when we are there, when we are in charge of doing something, you have to find this mechanism somewhere. Find out these mechanisms, because if you sit, you can't go and tell the principal, no, nobody is coming, madam, or nobody is coming, sir. We can't tell that, because they trust you. Somehow you have to get the things done. If you call, no one comes. We are having that problem now also, because now the activities are involved, they're increased. So then the clinical people, naturally, they are also busy. We are not blaming them. They are busy. The patient care is important. But then every time we get a reason. But somehow when it goes to the principal and we also mention it will be chaired by principal and the vice chancellor sir will be attending the meeting. When we mention them, whether they come or not, automatically they are there.
Our IPSC messages and mails comes as per the instruction of vice chancellor.
So we have to find certain mechanism. Please don't go back and tell it to my department.
It's live going on.
Okay. So all these have to be involved. Take support from them. Take them into confidence, all of them. Then faculty, learners, other stakeholders. It's very important that instead of imposing that you have to come and do it, convince them at least to some extent. I know it's very difficult to convince the clinicians. With due respect to all the clinicians, we can see so many clinicians there. Madam herself is there, and so many. Vijay is there, surgeons who are involved in this. But there are other people who always feel that medical education hamara nahi hai. It's not our job. There are pre-para people there, khali anyway, faltu there. We can do that. This is how it is. They always say pre-para. You are there. They always say, you are there, pre-para. What do you have? You can do that. We are busy. So that attitude, people with that attitude also have to be involved somehow, because they are also, they are the ones who are teaching actually these skills and clinical more than us. They are the more authentic people. So convince them and somehow get them involved.
You have to convince them, you have to show them in black and white.
Yes,
This is what it is.
this is what it is. And madam, believe me, many of them, our experience now, because of the workshops especially, we conduct so many of the, I'm sure everybody has experienced. Few years back, when we were conducting the workshops for any faculty development, they all used to say, you don't put me for that medical education workshop. There are 2 days, 3 days, I'm very busy. Even when we started the basic course workshops of MCI also, they said, they used to come and request me, please don't go. Next time, my name, I'm busy. And we really had difficulty. But that's the time we started with sending the names with the madam's signature. But now once the MCI made it mandatory in that declaration form, things have suddenly changed. Sunita, I think my workshop is not over. Next time you include me. I have not done that. That one, but they come like that. They come reluctantly. But then we have heard, they come and sit like this as a, madam, when are you going to finish? I have to finish this thing. We'll finish by 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Like this attitude. But then, at the end of 3 days, believe us, those who have come, madam, thank you for doing this. I have learned so much. I didn't know there is something. I didn't know that I didn't know. Yes. There is so much. And they have gone back with a change in attitude. Definitely they have gone back with a change in attitude. And they said, you are doing a commendable job. So next time, whenever it is there, you include me. So that is the change because they don't know probably. There are different factors. They are not directly blaming. They are busy. They don't know how it is. Okay. Anyway, so we take them into all confidence. So personal resources, political support for curricular faculty, political support in the sense whatever for the administrative aspects and for the development of resources. Then coming to the external support, generally this is in general if we are having any funding agencies anywhere, donors or anything. But in this case we do not require, so we will not bother about it. The next is develop administrative mechanisms to support the curriculum. Now MCI in the CISP you have seen that they have given the curricular governance, who is going to monitor what they have made curriculum committees, subcommittees or different committees like that. So we have to make certain committees so that only few people are not overburdened, so that everybody is involved and then the responsibilities are distributed, they are delegated. So there has to be a curriculum director, dean, HODs, supporting staff, depending on whoever is not that everybody should be involved, depending on the need, they have to be done, and communication has to be sent to them in white and black and white, whatever we say that, saying this is the content, has to be done, and these are the things. Call the meeting and give them in writing. Rather than just saying in a meeting, then they may say that this was not communicated to me, this was not told to me, I didn't know. Like this. So better is communicate properly, develop the mechanisms to work and for all the operations. Next, coming to anticipate and address the barriers. This is a huge thing. This is the most difficult one, but then it can be sorted out also. So financial and other resources. First comes, you go to the principals or dean, anything you want to do something new. First thing you ask is how much it will cost. Second thing is how much it will get back to department. How much? That's what is their administrator's interest. How much is going to generate? If you spend now, how much? You ask for any instrument, they'll ask how much it costs and how much you are going to generate back. So of course, that is their priority to look at that financial things. How much is it? So look at that. Then competing demands, other faculty and all, including all that, place and everything. People with attitudes, job, role, security. In the sense, this is in general that has been mentioned here. That's what I said. We have already discussed different attitudes. Get them into confidence. Conduct a meeting and see this is. Then people in power and authority also can be sometimes barriers. Sometimes, depending on that again, because there are attitudes. We have seen different. We have experienced conducting workshops, CISP workshops. We have one of the worst experiences that I have never had in this thing for me. I don't want to name the college where we went. They were so negative about the CISP workshop. They were so negative. Even I had to, literally I told them, you don't even come and pick me up or drop me. I will come on my own. I have to do my duty and go. And to send the report, they took 1 month, more than almost 1.5 months, literally after posting. I had to send a mail to copy to principal and copy to coordinator. Every time, coordinator send the report, because I had to send it back to MCA. They were so reluctant. The principals were also reluctant. The administrator, their vice chancellors were also reluctant because they had to do it because they received a mail from MCA that they have to do it. So such things are also there. So we have to anticipate that. Then plan for introducing the curriculum. Anyway, phasing in has already been planned. Either we can palliative for this. Now it is phasing. Now this is one example I have taken. How to plan for, this is one example of a communication skill module. How we can think of planning. Because we just plan for a module and give it to somebody. They don't know exactly, and then when you are doing, you remember, acha ye karna tha. Acha inko, if we wanted this much, acha iske liye, training chahiye tha. We start thinking. So instead of that, we can think of like this. If you can remember this table, one is what module or objectives we are thinking of. The communication, for example, if you take communication skills module 2, where the student has to take one consent for a surgery, for any surgery, for example, then we have a case scenario, of course, there. Then educational method, we can think of role playing with a case scenario. We can role play. Maybe again, if we have to role play, who are all required, we have to look at this. Who requires, who is all required, physician or a teacher, then where we have to do this role playing for this communication. It need not be in the hospital setup, it can be in the classroom setup, I mean, in the sense in the demonstration hall, in the seminar hall, anywhere, wherever there is a place, and what is the time schedule when we are going to do it and how much time it takes. When it is scheduled in the curriculum, what day, when, what time, and how much time it takes, 1 hour, 2 hours, that has to be thought of. Then how many students in one batch, because we have 250, 200, ranging from 100 to 250, we have our different capacities. Now, how many students are there and how many batches we are going to divide them into, and who is going to handle what batch, that batch. Whether it is feasible for 20 each, 10 students, 20 students, whatever, that has to be thought of. Then preparation of cases or case minutes, that also we have to see that, who will prepare the cases. Few of them are already there, but then we also need to prepare for this particular case, for the particular module, who is going to prepare and how are they going to prepare and all that. Then if plan for any recording material, because we had some checklists and listening videos here, if we can think of recording and showing it to the student, for self-assessment, for all the attitudinal and all the soft skills, we can record it, the student doing it, and show it to them for self-assessment, or we can record and keep it for the next use. Record the role playing, doing the role players or the experts doing it, record it and keep it for the next use. So what do we require? AV aids. Do we need any internet facilities at that time? Or any other training is required for that, for anything. So anticipated cost. In case we require for any training, we need some external faculty to come and train us. So what is the cost required? All these have to be thought of. So in simple words, if you ask what is to be done and who will do it, where we are going to do it, when we are going to do it, and how. Answer these questions. It's going to be simple before implementing a module. Ask these questions and prepare, or you can keep this table also ready. So most of our things are done. This also there may be some barriers because something may not work. Again, we may have to go that. But then these are the basic things that we need to do. Then barriers anticipated. Of course, for faculty, support staff, videographers, photographers, for everybody it's an extra work, extra schedule, extra work, preparing the cases, coming and doing it. Everything is an extra here. So and there will be a barrier. Then how are we going to overcome that? How are we going to overcome that? We cannot force them. If they come, if they force them, it is. If you interest on them, they may just do it, come and do it mechanically and do it. We have seen that. Mechanically. But then if you want to be effective implementation, what are the ways? One is reward structure. What do we mean by reward structure? It has to be rewarded, whatever. In terms of anything, it need not be in terms of monetary things. What are the other rewards? Maybe we can develop some academic reward points, academic credit points, something like this. Like we have in our university, we get academic allowance. We call academic allowance. Actually, that is not an extra allowance. From our whatever our salary is there, some percentage is kept aside, and that we are eligible only if we meet those points at the end of 1 year. We get that at the end of 1 year. For assistant professors, it is हमारे salary से. No, but we can give extra this. No, I'm just saying how our system is. Yeah. We can also program. I think Manipal and all they have something. If you have extra, if you're doing, they have credit points and their salary for the next 1 year is changed. They have a slab like these many points you come in that much of salary, this many come. That also works. Maybe. Or like what we are doing.
Enough point scale.
Ma'am, actually we have, if you want, I'll share with you that the whole booklet is there. We have based on our teaching this thing, that is their basic. Then we have extra points for presentations, for any research, for publications, and for conducting any or resource person for attending also. We are for attending conferences, presentation in the conferences, and all those credit points. Plus, we also have involvement in the committees in our college. If you are involved in this committee as a chairman, 15 points, as a member, 10 points. Like that. So for everything, because now previously it was not there. Now any committee is there, people are at least convinced that 10 points for winning. And there has to be something. So something at least there. And for this one, publications for all authors. First author 30, international 50, 30, like that. No, 30. I'm just giving an example. I think international is 30, first author, second author is 25, something like that. And national it is 20 points, 15 points for second and third authors. After that, any author is 50, like that. So that can be developed. Apart from this, any other incentives, what I have experienced with here, we have experienced rather I can say, we keep conducting workshops on leadership and many other this thing. There we have realized, taking my own example, when we are working in medical education unit and we are not paid any single paisa extra anywhere, all of us, I mean most of us are here are MU people, all I can say. None of us are paid any single paisa, rather we can put from our pocket and spend some time and do it, but we do it happily. We are not cribbing about it. One is our passion drives us. Second thing is, somewhere we have realized that, acknowledgement by our head of the institutes, leaders. When they acknowledge, you feel like doing it. And recently, if you are, none of you are there, Dr. Thomas Chapos had come for the UDHP. We gave an academic leadership, one guest lecture on academic leadership. He said the same thing. One acknowledgement is one. Public acknowledgement is the next step ahead, which will really motivate the faculty. And which is true with us, which we all have experienced. When we are publicly acknowledged, oh, she's doing a wonderful job, or take her name, his name, whatever, just one acknowledgement somewhere, that keeps us motivated. So exactly, so at least that. So we have to develop our own mechanisms, what work in our sector. One thing may not work in other sector. Like the Manipal is not working with us. Then ours, whatever, this thing, people may object others. हमारे साथ से निकाल के हमें देने के लिए you are doing so much, but it is working with us. So we have to develop our own mechanisms to motivate people rather than forcing them to do it. So this was another one, taking the professionalism aspect, respect for patients, or the proficiency level is shows our level. Again. Role playing with case scenario, you can do it, or with the videos. I have a demonstration of one video. Here, videos can be used with, recorded videos can be there, and cinema education can be done with all these videos with reflective writing. I'm sure you all have undergone that. Those who have undergone will understand what is videos with reflective writing. For those who have not undergone, let me just put it, in simple words. We demonstrate a video of that scenario kind of recorded videos, and cinema education is something we are taking from the actual clips from the actual cinema, not the created. Created videos are created videos. When we say cinema education, from an actual cinema, taking the clips which are relevant, and there are so many this thing are available, showing it, and after that, students are asked to reflect upon it. So the self-realization of how the things are going on, the right, wrong, whatever, how it has to be done. So it's called as reflective writing. That has an effective. That is supposed to be an effective one for all these soft skills. The most effective teaching learning methodology, they say. Instead of just teaching them, do this. You see, I cannot say communication skill, you have to stand like this has to be your body language, and this is very difficult to demonstrate. But when they see the video and reflect on it, they will understand. And these videos, ideas is that one is, they're available on YouTube. Many research, myself and Deepthi also has searched. Dr. Deepthi from in our college, she has started a project on cinema education for the third year students. So she has searched, and I also searched since I was coming here. We discussed, and there are many videos. One is the cinema education is available. We should know at least which movies they are related to. Second thing is there are many videos created by Narayan Hrudayalaya and many other listing. They are on YouTube, like they're living it now. Those are available. And best thing is create a scenario and give it to a group of students. They will do a wonderful job. They will keep it in the library. This is how we have to create a video library. Give them. Maybe we used to give the projects to students, making a posters. So instead of posters, now we can start making the videos like this. They will enjoy doing it. And for every group of students, different such scenarios and different this thing are given. They will definitely create. And one faculty can involve in guiding them how it has to be the process. You know, one faculty or somebody can involve in enacting that. You know, showing empathy and all that. So that will be the wonderful thing. Again, if you are to so look at all the resources required, who will do where, when, how many students and all that. Again, the resistance, you look at that. The next, this is one video, I think we have some. Can I just, this is a movie clip from the Patch Adams. Patch Adams movie, which is very much similar to our Mona Bhai MBBS. Similar to that.
Diabetic ulcers with evidence of gangrene. Question: any osteomyelitis? None apparent, although not definitive. Treatment to stabilize the blood sugar. Consider antibiotics, possibly amputation. What's the name?
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask for this in the beginning.
Marjorie. Here we have a juvenile onset diabetic with poor circulation and diabetic neuropathy. As you can see, diabetic ulcers with evidence of gangrene. Question: any osteomyelitis? None apparent, although not definitive. Treatment to stabilize the blood sugar. Consider antibiotics, possibly amputation. What's their name? I was just wondering the patient's name. Marjorie. Hi, Marjorie. Yes, thank you. Let's move on.
Okay. Those who could not hear, the gist is, this is a very common scenario for all of us. And they come for rounds and they are discussing only the diabetic food, consider the blood sugar stabilization and then antibiotics and all that. And she's so scared. Nobody bothers about as a human. They're only thinking of that. And somebody slowly asks, what's her name? The doctor doesn't even know the name. He just checks and sees the name. And then when he says hi, then look at the change in the face, the smiling face. This is what if you show it to students, how they will understand on their own. They will understand the difference. The next one more.
Here we have a juvenile.
This is the trailer of that Patch Adams, where many aspects, then in a short clippings, they'll come. So generally we have
Rigorous and ruthless. Train the humanity out of you and make you into something better. We're gonna make doctors out of you.
Well, I just believe there's more to being a doctor than memorizing facts about ventricular arteries.
I don't care what you think. I care about my biology 10.
We're not even going to see a patient until the third year. I want to become a doctor. We have to learn to treat the patient as well as the disease. That's why we have to dive into people.
You have a brilliant mind, and like many brilliant people, you don't necessarily think the rules apply to you.
It was so much more convenient thinking of you as an idiot.
Otherwise, they're just chipped off. If you want to be a clown, go try the circus.
For your own sake, I think you should just lay low for a while. The hospital will cover all of your bills. Any other questions?
Patients are opening up to them. They're sharing their dreams, their fantasies.
He's treating the pain. I'm warning you, stay out of this hospital.
What if the doctor becomes emotionally involved with the patient? What is wrong with that?
Patients don't need a friend, they need a doctor.
My name is Dr. Phil. I'll be your surgeon. Oh, there you are.
You're dismissed. From this school.
I can't remember congratulating because of personality clash, can I?
Universal Pictures presents. You're not cut out to be a physician.
Our job is improving the quality of life, not just delaying death.
The true story of a man who broke every rule.
Why am I such a threat to you, sir?
Because what you want is for us to get down there on the same level as our patients. And prove that laughter
Donner, party of 50. Donner, party over here.
truly is the best medicine.
Well, please.
Robin Williams.
You treat a disease, you win, you lose. You treat a person, I guarantee you win, no matter what the outcome.
Patch Adams.
Okay, so that's how that will be more effective because the movies they can relate to, students can relate to movies rather than the created. Then we don't get a correct scenario, we can always create one with the help of students. Now this is how we have to create a video library, cinema education and video library for different scenarios. Now what are the in common, general for all this professionalism, empathy and EdCom elements? Teaching learning methods. One is we can have small group discussions where we can also, at least we have to give a briefing about it. Suppose we are talking of professionalism, what are the aspects of professionalism, what is beneficence, what is, all those confidentiality we should tell. Some theory, some theoretical knowledge, they should have background of that. Then demonstration with standardized patients or simulated patients, we can have that. Then role playing can be done, role modeling. What is the difference between role playing and role modeling? Role playing is when actually we are doing it in an artificial scenario where we are playing, role playing, we demonstrate. There are not the real scene. Role modeling is in a real setup when actually the real physician or clinician is actually encountering the patients, talking to them, recording, or allow the students to observe them. That is how we have learned. All of us have learned, even though it was not in a curriculum, we have learned by role modeling. So this can also be still done. We cannot just leave it as. Then videos can be created, cinema education and case scenarios with reflective. All of this have to be with reflective writing to be effective. Assessment methods, which is very difficult again, it is much widely discussed topic for assessment when it comes to assessment of all these soft skills, because again it's going to be subjective. Whatever rating scale you do, whatever you do, it's going to be little subjective. But then at least somewhere we can minimize the subjectivity. And if not completely objective, we can minimize the subjectivity. To assess the knowledge that we have given them, ethical principles and all those things, understanding, we can ask essay questions, short answer questions, MCQs and all. And then for soft skills, other demonstrations, because most of the competencies are shows of level. So with checklist, you can create a checklist, you have to develop a rating scales, and there is something called the Kalamazoo rating scale for communication skills. Those who have gone through EdCom will know. Rating scale is there, which has how to build up with a 7-point rating scale and recorded video with reflection. Recorded video of the students performing it and then ask them to reflect. They will understand. They will realize. So this is the Kalamazoo rating scale that shows 7 points. Here, the first point is for any communication. This is only for communication skills, not all communication skills. Establishes a rapport, opens a discussion, gathers information, then understands the patient's perspectives of illness, shares information, then reaches agreement on the problems and plans and provides a closure. So these points, there's a 7-point rating scale. If the student is doing all of these, then there's a 7 point, and then there's that we can create a checklist based on this. So like this, for every scenario, based on the scenario we are expecting and the competency, we have to develop our own checklist and rating skills. Yes, ma'am. Please.
Actually, when we did the exit scheme, we had some stations on communication skills. Like some were hardcore communication skills stations, like handing over. But some were like how to take a diabetic medication or how to take an insulin injection or to take advice on diet and things like that. So some of the stations, like counseling stations, were manned by psychiatrists who had used this Kalamazoo scale. But when we had these stations which were manned by physicians, like say how to give an insulin, take an insulin injection yourself, that is a communication skill station which we had. We found that when the physicians are rating the thing, when they develop the checklist, their checklist mainly had things like what exactly is the content which the student has to say and what was the how they are convincing. But when the psychiatrists looked at all these things, people who were trained in Kalamazoo, they looked at it, he's only talking about rapport, discussion, information, understanding perspective. So here's information. So their focus is on the process. Whereas when the physicians or surgeons were doing, their focus was on the content. So based on this, we married both and then we made what is called as Beyond Kalamazoo. So we incorporated elements of Kalamazoo, but also with focus on content and things. So that's something which we have to do it when we make the checklist for these communication skills. When you use only Kalamazoo, it means like I say, yes sir, host, no sir, I'm here to do this and thank you and come out and say, but you say that I did all these things and then I got marks for that. So that is what we need.
Absolutely, madam. Thank you for sharing that. I think rather than the theoretical sharing experiences are more effective in understanding that. Yeah, and then I think we all have to go and see. We have to modify and see what works for us, for our people, and this. Thank you for sharing that. So this is one example. So like that we have to do that. Finally, administrative structure. We already have that. The dean will be there, core group who is in charge of curricular subcommittees. Yes, curricular subcommittees, and this have to be year-wise committee, module-wise committee, MEO member and the concerned faculty. All these you have to make a committees who are going to do what, and it has to be spelled out there exactly who is going to do what is their responsibility. If you don't give the responsibility, they will come, have a meeting, have a cup of tea, and go back. Without any outcome. There has to be an outcome. So the responsibilities have to be spelled out and spoken to them. Support staff and everything has to be done. And if at all you are having any extra cost, so calculated for every module, we need this much for travel, for training, for including the experts from the communication skills for everything, or for video recording, whatever. So please plan a cost and give it to plan and discuss with the dean and administrators in the beginning, not at the last minute. So this is how we are going to, thinking of, this is the few structure. After all this preparation also, we are going to have teething problems, like Madam said yesterday. Whatever the institute, whatever the strength of MEU, we are still going to have any teething problems, but we'll have to, as and it comes, we'll have to solve it. Planning, phasing in is already there year-wise, so that's not a problem at all. So my take-home message here is more work in the short term, but it will pay off in the long term if we look at it in the larger picture. And I'm a little more optimistic, though we feel, at least I feel so, we feel so. And whenever the situation comes, most of other faculties are like this. At least as a new faculty, we have to give a smiling face so that we can spread the smile. Generally, in any committee, they come and trip and what is happening, why they have called and like this. Only we people, 3-4 people from the meeting will be smiling and then we want to. So it is something I could relate to. This is something I felt and I could relate to, so I will do that. And of course, this is my favorite one. We have to be optimistic somewhere. Only that optimism, the pursuit will definitely work. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for the wonderful presentation on empathy, values, and ethics in CBME. Maybe my question is whether we have enough role models at present for our students. On-site working role models. Do we have enough role models, or there is still to be faculty training on how to be role models?
Yes, sir, yes. We do have, we cannot say we don't, we do have probably a very good role model. Maybe few, maybe in the making, a few in the makings. But I'm very positive, sir. Maybe some need a little push. They are not aware. Maybe one of the workshops or something like this on a professionalism. Maybe specifically keeping things in role modeling in mind. That can also be done. And yes.
A question. With the new curriculum, you're implementing it now for the first students. With the new curriculum, you're implementing it now for the first year students. A lot of these things don't require the new curriculum. They can be implemented now for the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth year students. Is anybody trying to implement this earlier, or are you waiting until the first years progress into the clinical training?
Sir, actually what has happened is, few of the people who are interested have already started implementing it. As I said, one of the faculty in communicating syllabus, and Dr. Parmaja is a part of it. Since I started getting this, I started implementing it. They are all doing it, but then it is not uniform. It's not that everybody is doing it, or some here there they have started doing it. But it's since it is that it was not there in our curriculum, it just happened. I mean, it was not a uniform. Some people did it, some people didn't do it. Even previously it was happening. Not that it wasn't happening, but like this, it was not uniform. Now, since the curriculum, now it will be implemented properly, uniformly, in a structured manner.
Ma'am, one thing, how to incorporate the values like straight?
Very difficult, madam. That's what again shows up videos. See, that is also a value. Respecting.
Like in our culture, we teaching from the beginning the values, not everything. Still teaching. By that time, they will be having all the values. They will be having. Otherwise, like thing will come.
That is there in general. It is difficult. Definitely, that is a challenge. The first thing I'm looking at assessing this. But
assessment is also not like can feel like that.
That is there, but then that is there, but that is I mean, I don't know if that is our Manila control.
Doing different kind of things.
Maybe we're in the initial phase when we were facing that. Maybe when it's rolls down, actually the curriculum starts. Maybe things will
No, that is
change.
one aspect is there. I totally agree. Probably when they are doing it for assessment, when we record it, they know there will be assessment. Even now, madam, in OSPI also they do the same.
Yeah.
Now, OSPI they go, they wish, as madam said, good morning, I'm going to examine, how are you, and all they ask. But in general, if you leave it not, nobody is going to wish them good morning for any patients.
No one.
No one does. But somehow, I think role modeling has a strong impact in this. I feel so. I mean, I don't know about others' views.
Exactly. Role model is the way.
This is how we are doing.
For our clinical evaluation tool that the physicians use in their clerkships, we have behavioral anchors to try and capture the students. So that on the sliding scale of the student always does this, sometimes does it correctly, and then every physician who evaluates our students evaluates the soft skills along with it. But we had to provide behavioral anchors to try and get uniformity. So we call them hawks and doves, the very hard graders, the very easy graders. And we had to try and do that to try and get uniformity in the grading system.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, what she was saying is also correct. Like in the last case, they come and do this, the initial. When we actually designed the checklist, we said that if you're going to greet the patient, if you're going to explain what you're going to do, and if you're going to thank the patient, these are the minimum things which you should be doing. So you're not going to be given marks for doing these things, but rather marks will be cut if you're more adaptive to those. Then it became much better. We only need to look at things and critically think.
One more, we can blind the assessment, ma'am. The calamazus and the one.
Exactly. That is what is something called as multi-source feedback. But in our setup, looking at the number, it is practically not possible to implement what sir said. I appreciate that what he's saying. But then if you think our situation imagine our situation, it is not possible. 250 students, how many words? There are 4 faculty. Who's going to observe what? But multi-source feedback is one where we take the feedback and see whether they are actually patient satisfaction. Madam shared that in one of the honest thing they include the patient input. Maybe we can inculcate like that. Maybe we can say I don't know but how it is.
One option could be recording the entire episode and then it can be distributed online to various faculty to do it. If they couldn't be available then, they can at least see it and give it in a day or two.
Yes, that can also be done. That can also be, that's a good idea. But then in the long run, day to day, who's going to see them? And what is her point is how we are going to change the whole person's personality that he's going to implement it. Not because he's in the ward or he's doing at that month. Because we also aim at, we aim at that once they go out, they should do it.
This is something which is immediate. Yes, madam. See, everybody knows that this has to be done. Even the students, after some time, they will understand learning communication skills is good for them, but then they don't do it in real life. They do not when they pass on. I somewhere read something like, if you want anything like smoking is injurious to health, every time we see someone smoking, have a screen during the pictures and all, movies and all that. But that is not going to help. That nobody stops smoking, looking at
Nobody
that.
cares.
Nobody
cares to read that also.
Yeah. But if on the cigarette packet, if picture of her daughter is attached, some emotional attachment if it is there all the time, maybe then
maybe that's what we have to find out ways now. We have to find out ways which works exactly. Exactly, is not this thing also, and we also agree that. Exactly, that's what we can do that. As long as they're with us, we can assess whatever you do. But then once we go out, we don't know them, we don't have.
And the thing is, see, it is difficult to assess them continuously within this first 5 years. But it is immediately possible for us to observe them during the internship. That 1 year, no, 3 months they are going to be with medicine or community medicine or any other department. So there they have smaller numbers, and each unit will have to look at 2 interns, 3 interns. So if we can actually do this assessment part, the main thing what once they have defined what are the things which they are going to assess. So we need to define what we are going to assess and incorporate it in the intern's assessment. It is not just he has completed internship posting and he comes and gets signature from the head of the unit or head of the department, but he has to have a performance assessment of his internship and he has to be given a feedback on what it actually meant that his performance was. So if that is done, I think we can do it. Finally, we'll achieve in the program, but not during the.
Okay, madam. Thank you so much for those ideas. And I think we are running short of time. Last I went up.
In the lunchtime.
Yes. Wind up saying one thing. I'm still very positive. I don't look at those negative. I still feel that rather than assessing and giving the points and with the danda, rather than that, what works is role modeling exercise. Let us all become a strong role models for them. So that is what is probably will change in few years, if not soon. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we thank you, Dr. Sundar Patil for the insights in this. We're endangered Homo sapiens with deprived empathy and socialism. Towards Homo empatheticus with lot of care. That's the journey of that evolution possible further. Thank you, madam, and thank you all of you for actively participating.
Thank you, Dr. Sunita, for making it more lively session, even though the topic is very dry one. But they have almost solved many of the doubts regarding soft skills. Okay, go ahead with the last session. That is, Sharma, she is going to talk on designing teaching and learning methods in
So very warm good afternoon. I'm the one standing between you and lunch. So I can imagine it's a painful process. The idea here was what we talked about. We did a long, talk yesterday on the various methods. So what we are now going to do is just a quick recapitulation of what we did. I'm not going to give you any extra information. We have enough as a basis. What I would like you to do is I've put together competencies from various subjects, from physiology to surgery. And what I would like you to do is fill in these blanks. To make it easy, I've written your competency subject. A is anatomy, B by physiology, etc. The competencies here, the domains are given, the levels are given. Now I need you to fill in the blanks. What would you like to use it as the teaching learning method? What kind of resource would you like to use? Would
Would you like to integrate it? We all know about integration. What we are supposed to do is horizontally going to be integration with physiology and biochemistry. That is horizontal integration. But if you would like to get the medicine person in to help you with, say, anemia, that will become a vertical integration. So that is our main concept. So anyone we can start with, and the sooner you come up, the sooner we can break for lunch. That's your motivation. Anyone from anatomy here?
Yeah, I'm there.
Oh, wonderful. Perfect, sir.
As it is to identify and describe small muscles, it will be a dissection practical for me. So
Right.
I'll be going for that as a teaching learning method.
Right. So it's a dissection practical. Anything else you would like to do apart from just the practical?
We also we can also plan for a small video demonstration on
Okay.
the related anatomy of that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we can integrate with the orthopedics or hand surgeons to clinical importance of that.
Very nice. And maybe you could add a small group discussion here, because with these movements of thumbs and muscle, so a small group just to emphasize the fracture. Excellent. I think that we all agree with that. Anyone would like to add on something? Dr. Shafiq, you want to say something?
Lecture before the session.
Lecture before the describing the small vessels of hand. Okay. So a small, that's what we talked about, the small group discussion, because we need to give them the basics. And this is areas of knowledge and skill both. So that's a good point. We have the lecture, the theory which comes in here. And of course, this will be coordinated along with the theoretical schedule as well.
Actually, one more thing we can do to enhance. Since you are showing actually the movements of the hand, or the movements of the small muscles of the hand and all that. One is to show what are the movements that video will help. The other video which can help is during nerve injuries, what happens to the absence of movements. So what it is. So when you show positive and negative, the impact is much better.
So that's what I think Sir said. You will integrate it with orthopedics, and they can probably even show a patient as well. They could show a live patient, they could show a video, they could show any simulation which would help them understand that aspect. And that clinical bit coming in to anatomy will really make them very aware and responsive. Another going on to, I would like someone else to answer this. The second competency, if you can read this, can be magnified a bit. Explain the anatomical basis of perineal tear, episiotomy, periannual abscess, and anal fissure. Second one. The domain is knowledge, the level is knows how. So how do we assess such a competency? We'll be teaching it is via a lecture and
You can bring in the lecture one model, and you can show the model also.
along with it. Yes, absolutely. Very good point. To show this thing, because one lecture we have talked about, but we need to show them what is the local component here, that to give them that aspect to it which will enhance their learning as well. Anything you like to integrate it with any subject? Obituary, right? And surgery, right? So we can show them again patient, maybe not so much at this level, but they can be shown in relation to the various aspects. What that is the major treatment? Because unfortunately, first years have this tendency. The moment you go to a clinical aspect, they remember the clinical part and forget the basic part. They're more interested in that. The more complex a thing, that sticks on to them than the basics. So now going on to physiology. Any physiologists here?
Ma'am, that can be accessed by lecture.
Mm-hmm.
A small group
The lecture was not assessing that with the teaching learning method. Right. And
case-based
case-based learning, right?
And the integrated department and
also biochemistry. We can also do a symposium here. But we will symposium where each lecturer comes from these departments and presents it as a composite feature. So there they also learn the value that all these four, they will be dealing with this concept in all these four departments and how they're going to integrate this together.
we can also show the slides practical also can be done.
Right.
Different types of anemia.
Uh-huh.
Morphological classification of animals, we can show the peripheral sphere and the
Yeah, as well. That can be used as a visualizer. You want to be doing a teaching or a small group discussion. Maybe in the small group we can then show them more clearly.
Which is also a very good example to develop your concept map.
Concept map theories here as well, depending on the different kinds of
Case-based.
case-based learning we talked about. We can also do a bit of flipped classroom here because they have already gone through their concepts. We will have 2 to 3 lectures on this competency. So if you've already given them a case, you could give them a small. They come back and then they're more interested in getting to read about the theoretical aspects. Then this is a physiology practical. Estimation of hemoglobin, RBC, TLC, which we are all doing so far. This is blood group, PTCT, etc. The domain is skill and the level is shows up. So we'll obviously be assessing it. How will we do this? How are we going to do this skill? Practical. What is it called? When see as DOPE. So DOPE or DOPE rather. So it's going to be direct observation, and we are going to be under assessment of the examiners, the faculty there will be doing this as well. And there again we can look into the pathology integration because this is what they will, this competence is also there in pathology. So we need to get their inputs, what they would like us to specially emphasize on, so then they are going to be coordinating as well. Going on to biochemistry, describe and discuss functions of protein, structure, function, relationship, hemoglobinopathies. What would be the ideal teaching? A lecture and small group discussion and what else can we do?
Integration with pediatrics.
Pathology and pediatrics and physiology. Please don't forget physiology because these two are we are doing side by side. So this time what we have done is we have kind of divided it so that's no repetition. And at the end of this, we have planned again a symposium in which we come together and describe.
Can I add something?
Yeah, sure.
This the medical school has made a lot of cases for discussion. So there's a very nice case on case. It's not a case actually. It's like a role play between different hemoglobin molecules, hemoglobin, myoglobin. I think Indiana school. They have developed this case base. So hemoglobin and myoglobin. So we give this as a role play to students. When you give them the script, so he comes and says, "I am hemoglobin and my oxygen myoglobin is this. I am myoglobin, I am fetal hemoglobin and all." That was very nicely.
And here in both of these, we can also use our linker case. Remember we talked about that yesterday. A linker case which will start from using the physiology objectives and with the input of medicine, pathology, pediatrics, because they'll be dealing a lot. We can make this linker case which continues all the way till final year. That can be done. Then going on to the mechanism, this is in pharmacology, action types, doses, side effects, indications, and contraindications of skeletal muscle relaxation. That's the one at the top now. This is a pharmacological competency. Anyone from pharmacology? Yeah. So we can still do this, I think.
Yeah,
if you want to talk about,
you can do a lecture and have the experiments to show the effects of agents. You can actually show how they induce patients in anesthesia. In the routine, you can have
this can be integrated very well with anesthesia because anesthesia is going to be very. This student is coming in pharmacology with this kind of knowledge because this is one of the main things they are talking about during their process. So see, we can use anything, videos. You can again show a video with the required precautions, and that can be done very successfully because we have to capture their interest. So that clinical input is very important as well. Then this is a pathology competency. Define and describe the pathogenesis and pathology of malaria. This is again our knowledge and the level is knows how. So anything we can do different here. And the back will like to our male friends as well here. What would you like to do this? This is a common thing we are doing here.
Mainly didactic lecture, but with classroom is crossing over can be also be done.
Right. At the back. We would like to hear from them as well. Microbiology and medicine, of course. So that will be a very again a homogeneous thing because this is a common competency for internal medicine as well.
Malaria. We can use the buzz group and all those because everyone knows about the malaria basics.
Right.
So we can use
Buzz groups. Very good. That's a fantastic idea. All common things you can use buzz groups to give a lot of activity in the lecture theatre because they already have, like we said, a good pre-existing knowledge. We need to build on that, and what they come up with, you can then further take it on from there as well. Then this is a microbiological competency. Pathogenesis discuss the lab diagnosis of infection of genitourinary system. This is also knowledge and knows how. Anything special we can do here? Case-based learning and
You can actually take them for ward rounds and this.
yes, this is very important because this is such a common thing. You could integrate with your surgical team, your surgical department, and actually see symptoms or how their patients are presenting. Now going on to the next one, this is from internal medicine. Just try to discuss the indications of dynamite therapy, radioiodine therapy, and surgery in the management of thyrotoxicosis. Again, a very common situation. I'm sure someone or the other they might even be knowing, familiar in the family going through it. So we can do a lot of interactive part in the lecture here. Again, start with their inputs, do the buzz group, give them either a flipped classroom related to this, and they can come up and share their thoughts as well. Any department which you would like to integrate here?
This can be used as a link.
Which one? The thyrotoxicosis?
Starts from physiology.
Yes.
Pathology.
Absolutely. And very common. Link their progress is to focus on common conditions. Something they are sure to see across the course of the clinical career. So that's a fantastic idea. Use it as a linker case and move it on forwards from there. And of course, we can get in here also the surgical aspect. So surgery can be integrated here. This is very interesting. This is what Dr. Sunita was talking about in pediatrics. Counseling a patient with whose child is failing to thrive. And in this case, this is different. The competencies, affect and cognition. That's the domain. And you, how are you going to do that? Role play would be videos and
You can show some documentaries
related to the counseling. So that cinema education, what we are talking about, will actually have to make because this is going to be a constant. So, like we said, we have to make a video library of these clippings to show them. They can be filed away, digitized, so that they can be taken as and when required as such. So, very interesting here. And in this case of pediatrics, we'll also have to integrate with community medicine. That because they will be dealing with it. A lot of it you could arrange a community visit as such also, so which will again then get the point across. And another pediatric competency is discuss the risk approach for obesity, and discuss the prevention strategy. Very interesting and a very common concept. Now with the increasing number of our obesity in India and the related problems cardiovascular we are doing. This is going to be a very important concept. Any other subjects you would like to integrate this with? Medicine, and psychiatry. Yes, there is a cases of stress eating. What else? Surgery. Okay, if in case we are thinking that, I would like to think more of it in the preventive aspect. Why get yours? So we can start with physiology as well, because that is what we do have a concept there when we talk about various extreme stages of nutrition. So obesity is one, and that is the one which is going to affect all the physiological functions. So we can put a lot of emphasis here. And here again, this is multiple things we can use here. Give them a lot to discuss, interact the various methods we've used, and they can in fact come up with it themselves. That's what we try. This is an interesting one, psychiatry. Enumerate and describe common organic psychiatric disorders, their magnitude, and clinical features. This is again a knowledge based, and we would like to integrate it with case-based learning, community medicine. That's important here. Anything else we can add on inside with this thing? We can show them movies related to this. Yes, that's the video cinema. Any other input you would like to get here? Because these are again very common. India is the home to one of the largest issues of mental disorders. We are, I think, one of the leading countries. Every third person is facing something. So these are common, and we can do a symposium here along with internal medicine faculty. You could do it with pharmacology and again with, because that is where they'll be seeing a lot of these cases as well. I think this is one of the last case of dermatology calcium hydroxide. So anything practical, again DOAP, we can do this here and also get an input from microbiology. That will be important here. So now the important thing what MCI has said is that it's not important to get the teachers to do integration. You don't have to physically be there, but you can get inputs from there, which is the problem we're likely to face. Clinicians are busy, they cannot drop everything and come, but you can get their inputs. What is it they would like you to emphasize? What is it they would like you to highlight, and inputs from there. And that sharing concept, you can get a model and work it inside your lecture duration as well. So that we'll have to think about, and luckily MCI has said so far that only 25% of integration is required. We don't have to ensure that each and every competency is done. So let's choose which can be best done, and I would say let's go for the common ones, because that is where they are going to be facing it clinically also, in the exam also. The more we give it emphasis to them, I think the better it will work out. So this is an exercise I think you all would have started. Are you all members of the curriculum subcommittee? Yes. So this is yes. So this is, I think, the need of the hour to make sure that we are integrating it well. Teething problems are definitely going to be there, but with the right spirit in mind, I think we can make this program a success. Even I have shared Dr. Sunita's optimism that it's a very good thing. It's a little late in coming. I think we are one of even in the subcontinent. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka are ahead of us, even Pakistan. They're much ahead of us. They've implemented it 10 years back. So we really need to catch up, and I think we can all do it as well. Thank you so much. Anything else?
Thank you, madam, for a wonderful hands-on, almost like a workshop on teaching learning methods for CVA. The plan is rolled out, and get ready for going on to these things with madams and others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir and madam. So we have come to the end of the 2 days CME. So I call upon for the feedback from the delegates. So just we want feedback from the delegates. One serious.
That's very important. Where we need to improve upon. I know there is a lot. Please.
Mike is there.
Respected madam and our colleagues and all outsiders and our guest lecturers, I would like to tell about my experience in this CME, International CME. Here, both we are learner and we are also teachers. So we want to improve our teaching knowledge. And here all the, yes, they have discussed about all the aspects, and they have told, and also goes on work, hands-on works. So all these things we have to be take into consider into our teaching knowledge, and we have to improve our teaching, and also we should want to apply all these things in our future also. That is like your curriculum based learning. So I would like to thankful to all our guest lecturers and all dignitaries and all. Thank you, ma'am. We need some critical input also.
It was a wonderful coming and participating in this international CME. And as the madam earlier told the speakers, this day, Dr. Robert, and the rest of the speakers, they have rightly chosen the speakers, and they have done a wonderful job regarding the infrastructure organization has been used. And I thank the organizers for their wonderful efforts. They have taken the in charge of the department, the vice chancellors, and all the team. They have really done a wonderful job. Thank you.
I request all the delegates to give feedback. There is a barcoding is attached to each table. If you can give scanning this, it is okay. Otherwise, I will send a WhatsApp link in the international CME group. I will send 2 links are there. One is session evaluation, other one is program evaluation. Please give feedback. Now only you have to take hardly 2 minutes.
Now I request Das sir, Professor Das sir, to kindly hand over the certificates to the chairperson. First, Dr. Anuradha Patil, MRMC, Kalburgi. Madam, please. Thank you, sir. Dr. S.S. Yagna from Alamin Medical College, Vijaypur.
My good old friend.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Anita Herod, SMMC, Bagalkot.
My student.
And Dr. Sanjeev Kohli, SNMC, Bagalkot.
My student.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I call Dr. Tejaswini Vallabha, Vice Principal and Head of the Medical Education Department, to kindly hand over the certificates to the speakers. Now I call the first speaker, Professor Robert Carroll, sir. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Renuka Sharma, BMMC Delhi. Dr. Mahalakshmi, VM, AVMCH Puducherry. We hand over the fourth speaker, Dr. Sunita Patil, later. Thank you very much. So we are at the end of the program. I thank the speakers, I thank the chairpersons and all the delegates for making this session very much fruitful. Thank you one and all. And the lunch is arranged. Kindly please have the lunch. I request everyone to stay for a group photo, please. We'll have a group photo. Delegates, you are requested to collect your certificates at the counter. All delegates, certificates are at the counter. Please come fast for the photo session. Not as a yoga, please.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಶೋಕ್ ಕೈ ಕೊಡು
So serious.
Sir, we will not be serious in your presence. You will see that we laugh. ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸುದೀರ್ ನಾಗಮಣಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕಡೆ ನಾಗಮಣಿ ಅವ್ರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ
No, we cannot sit in this position. Our ankles are hurting.
Start meditation. Thank you. Hello, I'm
ಮನೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ